The budget work session of the Richmond City Council will now come to order. Mr. Clerk, if you would provide the chamber emergency evacuation plan, please.
Upon activation of the emergency alarm signal, all persons should immediately exit the building. Please use the exits to the left or right front of the council chamber or the east or west stairwell outside the rear doors of the chamber. Do not use elevators or escalators. After exiting the building, proceed down 9th Street and enter the assembly area located in the former Public Safety Building parking lot. Abled persons should assist visually and hearing impaired visitors with exiting the building.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I have a motion for electronic meeting participation. Pursuant to Rule 3D 4B of Council's Rules of Procedure, Councilmember Sarah Abubaker has made a request to participate in this meeting via Microsoft Teams from her home due to medical condition that prevents her physical attendance at this meeting. The council members present must adopt a motion to approve Councilor Abubaker's participation in this meeting by electronic communication means if it appears to the body that her request complies with Rule 3D of Council's Rules of Procedure. At this time, pursuant to Rule 3D 4D of Council's Rules of Procedure, is there a motion from those council members physically assembled approving Councilor Abubaker's participation in this meeting by electronic communication means?
So moved. Second.
Council is voting on the motion for electronic participation. Mr. Breton,
Aye.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Ms. Robertson, Ms. Trammell,
Aye.
Vice President Jordan,
Aye.
and President Newbill.
Aye.
That motion was approved.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
And Madam President, just for the record, all members of council are in attendance this afternoon with the exception of Councilor Lynch. You do have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. At this time, we'll begin our discussion of proposed amendments to the FY 2026 budget. And Mr. Slatz and Mr. Wagner will facilitate this part of the discussion, if you would, please.
Thank you, council members. Matthew Slatz, interim chief of staff. Very excited to be here in what is our one of our final pushes in terms of working on this budget. So just want to say that our budget team is here. I'm grateful for their help and support. And our policy team too is here to help provide that information. And so we're excited that we're taking these important steps. So again, today is one of our final sprints in regarding the city council's budget process. We're having an extended meeting where we will be reviewing capital, operating, and the budget ordinances, allowing city council to bring forward questions and to get input from our friends in city administration. And at the end of the day, right, our goal is to find consensus on both reductions and enhancements of both capital and operating so that we can get that submitted to the administration and the city attorney for drafting. At 6 p.m. today, we'll be transitioning to a public comment period too, to gain final input from the community, after which we'll come back and finish our final conversations, and then the introduction of the amendments will then take place on the 28th. And as you all have said before, we want to continue to kind of receive your feedback and your information about how this process is moving forward, so that can go back to our standing committees in GovOps and Finance to really think about how this process can be improved and developed for greater access and public input and having more time to receive your thoughts and information. So just to see, RJ, can you, maybe I just need to click on that. Sorry. Thank you. Again, we're kind of in this final review analysis process. Again, our timeline today is again, focusing on CIP first because we haven't reviewed that yet. We're going to be walking through our balancing amendments and adding comment session into later. Again, we have to get that in today to the city attorney and the city administration for further review so that we can come back on the 28th. And then the 12th is our final approval of the budget. Again, the goals for today are really, again, finding consensus. What are the projects, what are the initiatives that you all want to see move forward based on the conversations that we've been having over the last several weeks? Two questions about what we might be doing in the future, right? We know we have got limited resources, limited time. So thinking a little bit about both the policy and budgetary projects that might be for the upcoming months and years. But in the end, we've got to come together and balance a budget and then collect that feedback on the process. So today too, much like last week, we're gonna walk through the specific requests on capital first. We're going to do a full conversation about capital reductions, capital enhancements. We're going to let council talk through that as a group, get your feedback, look for consensus. We're going to ask the administration then to come up and provide responses to questions as required by council. Again, we're looking to find that consensus as we move forward. So at the moment, or again, at this exact moment, you had an initial 25 enhancements that you put down as requested, which totaled $35 million. And we've got a little over almost $4 million in reductions identified for capital. So that's the one of the orders for tonight is figuring that out and moving forward with that. Most of the reductions center around that you've talked about is around the vehicle fleet, specifically not impacting public safety. So police, fire, our ambulance, and also not impacting waste. So that was a clear thing that we heard from you all. And then there's some questions about reductions around some work that was taking place in 3rd District, Laburnum Avenue, and how that could be reappropriated. In terms of enhancements, most of this focus has centered around the Richmond People's Budget and street calming and traffic calming efforts around the city. And with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Wagner to come forward and dive through this much deeper.
Mr. Slats, if you would, I have a couple of questions before you get underway there. I think I have Council Member, can't tell which was first, but Councilmember Gibson and then Councilmember Robertson. No, okay, Councilmember Robertson.
Yes, I just want to get some clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair. The handout that you just distributed, which lists department increases. Are these all of the amendments that were introduced for capital?
So there should be 2 sheets. One, they're both, Daniel, do you know exactly?
I'm asking because I don't see any of the budget amendments
You want
that
to talk to them?
was
Depends. I'm sorry, which?
introduced for the 6th district.
Daniel Wagner, interim
Capital-
deputy chief
capital
of staff. Could you identify again which spreadsheet you're looking at?
So I see
Can I get a copy of those?
several, but I don't see any of the amendments that I introduced for the 6th district. So I'm not sure if I'm following you.
Are you referring to operating or capital? Because that we've broken them up by.
This is capital understanding,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at capital.
Yeah, so there are multiple spreadsheets there. So we have first, there's a capital spreadsheet that will identify those where we've got multiple patrons. which is referring specifically to the people's budget. And there should also be this, which will have, oh, there's supposed to be a second sheet here. I apologize, but but those will be the individual amendments submitted as well.
So there will be a second sheet that
Mhm.
we just don't have copy of?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Robertson, thank you for that. We'll get that.
I'll let you know when I get it. Thank you.
So, Mr. Slats, we will get started and the additional will be brought so that that can be included in discussion, correct?
Definitely.
Okay.
You ready to talk through these? Yeah. Any
Okay,
other questions?
go ahead. Sorry. Councilmember Gibson?
Thank you. I do have some questions. I'm still reviewing the printed or the amendments that were sent out. But I do have questions that perhaps someone in administration can have just about the revenue projections. And so my hope is that we can carve some time today to discuss
Sure.
that. Just so that there's some clarity around the general question that I have. It's looking at the proposed revenue projected in the budget compared to the CAFR.
Right. So we will add that question to administration, I believe has sent something. And we can, we'll definitely have that be a question and response.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, thank you very much. So first, what we'll do is take a quick look at the proposed reductions for capital. And as a reminder, we're going to start with capital and then work our way around. And what you'll see is where we had a lot of consensus from our council members across the board is finding a way to fund the Richmond People's budget. And so one of the ways in which we've proposed to do so is to take from the proposed fleet budget. So this is a cash funded budget, which will potentially allow us to appropriate for the Richmond People's budget projects, which are capital investments in nature. And then the other place is the Laburnum widening, which is an active capital project that is continuing from FY25. We've heard, based on feedback from the community, it would be appropriate for us to halt this project for now and use that money for council priorities in this upcoming fiscal year. And overwhelmingly, as Matthew mentioned before, there is a desire to invest in complete streets, safer streets. And so the proposal that's been offered on the table, including a specific reference that Councilmember Breton had around sidewalk investment, this would help us invest in those spaces. So I think first, I'd be happy to talk through then, because we didn't receive any other options that were potentially viable. You'll remember we used to have a question posed to the administration around reappropriating some funding from the Mayo Island investment. This doesn't seem to be feasible as a reduction, so it's been removed. And the same could be said for improvements to Browns Island. So that was also removed from consideration, and which leaves us with these options on the table at the moment. But wanted to obviously open that up for you all to discuss first, and then we can go from there.
So question for you on this, this sheet I'm looking at with, we have two members, the 959-617 for complete streets. Is this a citywide effort?
So you all can decide this, but so this Laburnum widening is specific to the 3rd district, and Councilmember Gibson offered to remove it. Councilmember Jordan is supportive, as I think part of this project used to be in her district before redistricting. And so from there, we would say our proposal as staff
Right.
is to reinvest in citywide complete streets enhancements. Yes, absolutely.
I'm sorry, I jumped ahead to enhancement.
Sure,
So
yeah.
this is first the reduction.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, but I love where your head's at.
Councilman Britton.
Yeah, I want to also clarify my understanding because I'm grateful that you were able to find a project that we could use for savings. I do think that people want sidewalks all over the city, so I think there is a lot, and well, we'll see how much support we have for that. But I think that we could probably find some consensus that it's a good place to put DPW money is citywide sidewalks. One thing that I want to also clarify though is I think I might be seeing like two possible sources of $1 million reduction via all these different paperworks. Because there's one with the laburnum, and I think I'm also seeing one where we sort of suggested taking $1 million out of complete streets and putting it directly into something just called sidewalks. And versus a slightly different proposal, which is taking it out of laburnum and putting it into complete streets. Also, just the reason that, I mean, I love complete streets. Like, why would I ever suggest taking money out of complete streets? Well, complete streets is mostly paving and just a little bit of sidewalks. So the more we can earmark things for specifically sidewalks, I think, people are hungry for sidewalks. You see in PB, everyone's asking for sidewalks. So the more we can dedicate money that is going to sidewalks, the better. So that's why I'm a little unclear on sort of where the total amendments shake out in terms of how much money comes out of where and where it ends up. But I wanted to, I guess ask where we are on those possibilities.
Great question. And it's a little bit difficult. You're absolutely right, because that complete streets budget is sort of not a catch-all, but it encompasses a number of different activities, including paving. That's the primary investment to the tune of, Bobby, I believe it's 16 million. Is that correct? 16 million allocated for paving, but folded into paving also can include funding for speed tables and other smaller traffic calming interventions, right? Because when we incorporate those as a package together, we can garner some savings as opposed to bidding it out for separate projects. So that is baked into that $16 million. Councilmember Breton is right. Predominantly, we are talking about asphalt or that slurry reseal. So it almost feels like we're not accomplishing what we want to accomplish. The other piece of that is going to be sidewalks. So sidewalks are in the complete streets budget, just not in that paving bucket. And so we have both sidewalks as well as some of those other projects which might be funded through CVTA or maybe through VDOT grants, where we can get some really bigger priorities completed. For instance, those major Hull Street improvements that we're going to see coming down the pike soon, which we know are much needed. What I would say to answer specifically your question is what the staff proposal is, but we definitely want to get consensus from you all before we, put this forward. Is what we can do is simply take that laburnum widening money and just put it into the complete streets bucket for citywide improvements, which could include paving, could include speed tables, could include sidewalks. Or if it is your pleasure, we could have sort of a text amendment that says specifically, we want to invest this $959,617 into that sidewalk portion of the budget. So that is absolutely available to you if that is your preference. Or we can just simply put it in that bucket and each council member work with Bobby on their proposed projects for neighborhood improvement.
Mr. Wagner, I just want to go back to this top section here and be clear that the vehicles that you are referencing as possible reduction does not include police, does not include fire, does not include waste. This is not simply, but the vehicles that were other. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
20
Obviously, wanting to defer to the administration on how that happens because they know their fleet on a greater detail than us. However, yes, the goal and the intention is to hold harmless those investments in those new fire trucks for $4.4 million, as well as the refuse trucks and also the new police vehicles. I believe there were 16 police vehicles that were offered as well.
Okay, so I have some questions. Councilmember Gibson and Councilmember Robinson, and I think I see Councilmember Trammell after that. Councilmember Gibson?
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to inquire about the items in the third district collectively. So I made a amendment suggestion or proposed amendment that would include the people's budget. And I did my homework. I was told if I made an amendment, I had to find a way to fund it, and so I did. And that included money from the Laburnum Widening Project. But given that that was money allocated towards the third district, I also wanted to, my goal was to figure out a way to fund projects throughout the city, but also identify some other critical needs that we have in the third district. And so that included, I believe, and I don't have a printout, but I believe that included the bathrooms at Battery Park and some Pollard Park upgrades, and Pine Camp, I think, were a few of the things in there. I'm not sure. What I want to understand is where are those other requests included in what we're discussing right now? Because certainly I think that using that money for citywide initiatives, this is what I believe we are all elected to do. But there are also some critical needs that we have in the district that I want to make sure don't fall through the cracks.
Yep.
So you do have those delineated in another spreadsheet, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So great question. I understand why it looks off here, but this is solely accounting for the reductions identified. And we do have, and it's a grayscale. This is a grayscale one, but as Councilmember Robertson pointed out, there's a second page to it. But the intention was first to really identify where we have alignment on those reductions, and then see what we could do with that, which, as you can imagine, is quite limiting. But I do have, obviously, we have the standalone bathrooms in Battery Park. You also identified the Pollard Park upgrades. So absolutely, we can talk through those, but understanding we will need to identify other sources of funding for those as well.
So, Mr. Wagner, I'm going to, so we can get through this sheet, and so we can then get to the sheets that have both for Ms. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
That sounds like a plan.
Is there, administration has a comment?
Yeah, please.
Sorry, I'll just be really quick. The amendment to reduce the fleet vehicles for the 2.7, I think 80, that will eat a little bit into emergency response. The number that was just for animal care and control, parks and other DPW vehicles, not refuse trucks, is about 2.6 million. So if you absolutely want to leave the response vehicles and solid waste vehicles harmless, then that 2.780 would have to be reduced just a little bit. So I just want.
So is that the 2.645600?
Yes, that's the
That's
correct
the
number.
revised document that you sent. That's not obviously. Yes,
wanna make
that's
sure.
not up there. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Okay, there is a revised document that the administration did submit. I think then I had Councilmember Robertson, Councilmember Trammell after that, and then Councilmember Lynn.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is in regards to the screen that is on, the slide that is on the screen there, and the presentation doesn't seem to align with what is on the screen. So we're talking about an amendment for sidewalks and those kinds of things, but that's not on this form. It's not on the screen. I'm not sure I
Councilmember
know.
Robertson, you're correct that there was a revised document that was sent to us by the administration, and that's the one you have the hard copy of. Say again? Yes, exactly.
I'm sorry, Dr. Newbill, I didn't hear.
I'm sorry. I'm saying that what you received hard copy of is the revised document from the administration. What we have was the first iteration that was sent. This is the revised. Yeah. That's not up here. So if you would look at the revised, the hard copy, yes.
Yeah, the first three lines are fleet vehicle replacements.
Yes.
The first is RAG, second parks, third is DPW.
So the fleet, the one that said for staff, and then the last two.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes,
That's what we're looking at right now.
that's correct. And staff needs staff recommendations,
Yeah.
not, okay.
But that's not what's on the presentation.
That's correct. This is a first iteration. What we have is the revised version from the administration.
So I guess the question I'm asking, ma'am, because I got a lot of paper in front of me.
reducing? What
And it's the titles on them, some have titles, some don't have titles. If we are speaking to something, is it possible to have that on the screen? So
Yes,
that can-
Councilmember Robertson, we will do that so that we are all walking
I know I'm the oldest
on the
person.
same path. So yes, give a moment and we'll do that. So let me get the additional questions while we're getting that loaded.
Is this the paper that you just referred, the sheet that you just referred me to? The patron is the staff, with three of them, and then Mr. Brent.
That's correct.
and Ms. Gibson and Jordan. This is the latest of the enhancements for CIP
Reductions.
Reductions,
reduction.
okay? Councilmember Trammell? No, okay, I had you, Ms. Trammell, before, but Councilmember Lynch.
Thank you. I'm not quite clear how we got to this revised document with the proposed reductions, but I do not see the Mayo Island reduction, the proposal that I submitted. Can someone speak to that?
Yes, I'll defer to the administration on that. It did not seem like a feasible reduction on our end, or at least we couldn't back it up on our own, our staff. But referring to Mayo Island specifically.
So, as I understood it, there are some constraints that we have in terms of getting that work done.
Madam
And so-
President,
I'm just saying.
no one has done their diligence or homework on that. So until you have conversations with the state and or you go out to the site and talk to VDOT and figure out exactly what we are obligated to, what falls under the funding bucket for the Mayo Island project itself, and then what we truly signed up for the grant. No one here has done that diligence, and no one in the administration seems like they were talking to each other last year when these two projects were running alongside each other. Now, Director
Thank you.
Frelke, if you can help illuminate for us how you
Yeah.
all came
Okay,
to this
Ms. Robertson, I'll
determination.
come to you. Ms. Lynch, you're asking for the administration to speak to what we are mandated or have signed up to do based on the grant, all of those kind of things.
Well, there's two things, right? So
Are they
one,
both related to Mayo?
they're all related to Mayo Island, Councilmember Newville. So there's two things. One, when we voted on that ordinance, we did not, as a council body, we were not given background information to understand exactly what we were signing ourselves up for, okay? When we got the budget this year, there was a $16 million expenditure. Now, if you look through our list of CIP requests, all the things that council members and the administration wants to get done in the CIP budget, projects that are already shovel ready in our districts, et cetera. I think that there is some examination to the $16 million number that is merited and worthy because we have a lot of other priorities that we're trying to get done in CIP, correct? So what it appears is that you had the Mayo Island purchase and some obligation to the state for that grant that we build a park, right? None of that was in our ordinance when we voted on it, but there we are. We are obligated to build a park in Mayo Island, right? Then you have the Mayo Island Bridge project, which is a separate pot of federal funding and state funding. The project area that you all have based your cost estimate on includes the demolition of some 7 acres of impervious surface plus the removal of 2 buildings, right? The future VDOT bridge project runs through that footprint. So essentially the federal government is already on the hook to pay for the removal of that impervious surface and the demolition of those 2 buildings. So why would we commit city dollars to do that in this budget if we are already slated to remove those buildings and that impervious surface, because that's where the Mayo Bridge is actually going to be. So they'll have to do that demo anyway.
Before you respond, I want Councilmember Robertson, is your question pertaining to Mayo as well? If not, if we could go on and get this response and then come back to you.
Okay. My question is that I am having a difficult time entertaining a request to reduce Mayo Island or anything else that is not showing all of the amendments that have been put in for CIP reductions. We only showing essentially two amendments. And I appreciate the fact that Councilperson Lynch wants to address her amendments that she put in that are not showing up here. But I want to know what all of them are, because I think it's just as important that I know what all of them are when we start having this discussion about cutting something. And right now, what I have before us is not reflective of everybody's amendments, and this is troublesome.
Thank you. So we have a prior document that was passed out with all of the reductions that were proposed. And so we're going to need to get that loaded as well so members can see for all individuals. Councilmember Trammell, is your question about Mayo? Because if not, I want to go on and do Mayo and then come back.
I just wanted to say that I didn't want to cut from the Browns Island because I know that they've been out there raising some money and all of that. And, and they're, I think they've already.
Could you lean in a little bit, Ms. Trammell? I'm sorry.
Did I do what?
Lean in a little bit to your mic.
Oh,
You
I'm
didn't
sorry.
want to.
Swear. Okay. I said, I don't want to cut any money away from Browns Island because they've been raising money and that would be the wrong thing to do. And I'm not going to support that. Also, I do
This
not.
is relative to Mayo Island.
Okay. All right. But I want to make that statement too, because I don't want to, like you said, half the stuff is not even on here.
We're going to load that sheet so that you can have
All right, okay,
everybody's
all right,
prepared.
let's forget that. Let's go to, I don't want to see, I know you said that we're not going to cut police, fire, or public works. None of those vehicles.
That's correct.
Okay, over here, but we're going to cut
Okay.
animal control.
Okay, so.
That falls under public safety. I don't want to
Okay.
cut that.
So.
As many calls as I get in my district
I
about
get you. Ms. Trammell, let me have Mr. Frelke go on and address Mayo Island, and then we'll come back to that item.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chris Frelke, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Community Facilities. Great question, Councilor Lynch. Sorry, this sounds like it's a little bit louder than normal. So we have been working on Mayo for multiple years, and it has been definitely a great parcel that we wanted to add into the city. One, we know that Manchester has been a heat island, and there is a lot of climate challenges that we have around Manchester and downtown because of the development that we allowed happen without really trying to have adequate green space and pieces in there. So that's one. Two, the dollars that we got were floodwater mitigation dollars from the state. That was the agreement that the council got when we got the grant and also the purchase. I'm not sure how council vets the ordinances or what your staff do and how they review that and what documentation they provide to you, for you all to review that. But we did go through the council process where we went to committee and we also came to council with both those documents for you all to review. The review process I can't answer, or the questions that were, asked from the different committees of how you all vetted that. But that is something council did approve and did support because they understood how pivotal purchasing this island would be for not just now, not tomorrow, but for the next hundreds of years of adding this kind of green space into our community. Now you get to the cost is that this is a floodwater mitigation piece. We have to reduce the island that man built up on to put it back to its natural state. So we've got to drop it down several inches, and that is one of the largest costs of what we're having to do so we can restore it back into an island. So the goal of this, it will become a park, but really it is to help mitigate so that we have control our flooding issues, so that we can also create a green space and climate resiliency place in our downtown corridor. And so we've also been talking to VDOT, and this has been a collaborative effort with many departments to try to determine what VDOT will cover during their bridge expansion and what the city needs to cover too, so that we can sort of do it all together. So all those costs have been looked at, and this is how we've come up with that and how we've been able to determine this. But this to us is critical for us to meet the grant agreement that we decided and that council also approved for us to move forward with this project. And so we have to get this done by October. And that is what, October 26th. But we need to start the demolition. We need to start moving it forward. We have been in conversations with the state. We have tried to work with them, but this is sort of where we're at. So there has been all this communication. So I'm sorry if we haven't been able to provide enough detail for you to provide that, but we have been working with them. We meet every other week with this to keep this moving forward, to get that so we can meet the grant requirements and also work on the bridge. So it has been a consolidated effort amongst many departments. We've been working with DPW, we've been working with DPU and Parks and Recreation.
Thank you, Mr. Frelke. Councilmember Lynch, do you have something else relative to this item, please?
Yes, and so thank you for that. So the cost, and I'm aware that we have the reduction in surface that you got to do because it's a brownfield, right? But you all didn't explore or negotiate with the state any other proposals to do, say, like solar panels on the brownfields, any other type of alternative plan or engagement with the community to determine what the best use would be that would potentially be a little bit more cost avoidant than what's on the table now.
I think what we looked at the time was an opportunity that could help us acquire and get some dollars to purchase the island. We have done extensive community engagement for trying to what the community would like to see the island be within the parameters of this piece. So we've done community engagements. We have some designs, and I think I've shared it with several council. I'm happy to share it more. We've had public meetings. We put that out there for everyone to see. So there has been engagement on what the future. There's been surveys. We've been, working for several months on what that would look like. We did a public meeting in January. We had very good attendance, and it seemed like people were very supportive of turning it into this green space, and we're excited about the early designs of what we're doing. So there has been that kind of engagement. But we can't necessarily hope that some grants come in a certain area and that we were able to get that. This was a grant we were able to get for this particular parcel, and that's how we decided to move forward with this sort of action.
And I don't think anyone doubts the merits of I'm all about, I'm sure all of us are in violent support of adding more green space, and, Mayo Island is a true treasure. I mean, we all agree about that, but, when it comes to the budget numbers, no one's been able to answer the questions on whether or not this price tag really makes sense. And again, you haven't answered the question on whether or not the demolition and impervious surface removal, which is another really big part of that price tag, is going to be done anyway, because it's like literally where you're talking about is where the bridge is going to be built.
So but part of the bridge. You have to realize we're looking at all the acreage of that whole area. This whole space, because of the soils and the level of the contamination that has occurred over decades and decades on this parcel, we have to address the whole area. The state will do its part of where it's looking at. And we're in conversations of where we can get cost reductions and what kind of cost savings that we can get, because we also have an existing bridge and some other things that the city is responsible for currently. So we're trying to also have conversations with what happens with that parcel. And so we're looking at all those pieces, but to bring the island down, the number of feet that we have to do to address the soil conditions of that island is the major cost of it, not the buildings, not these other pieces. And I get you're saying that we've got basically a 60-foot piece that we're going to build on the other side of the island, but there's the rest of the 11 acres that we have to look, and we would address that the state wouldn't touch. So we have to look at all those pieces, and the soil remediation that we're looking at is, I believe, over 60% of the cost, and then the buildings come in at another maybe 20 to 30%. We can provide all that for you. We have that, we've been working with a cost estimator who has provided this for us and has come up with this. It's not some dollar amount that we haven't been in conversations with the state, and we haven't been in conversations with VDOT to figure out what they're going to do, what we're going to do, and what we need to do as part of our agreement. So there is all that collaboration happening. And we have been having those conversations on a regular basis with all the parties. I mean, we have VDOT coming on a regular basis that they're meeting with us. We're also meeting with the state and tried to see if we could extend this out, and they said no for the grant agreements. So we've done all these conversations, and it's sort of why we're here today. I understand there's a lot of need. I understand a lot of things that we need to try to do as a city. I am not arguing any of that. I'm just saying this is where we're at. This is an agreement that we said, and we want to make sure we meet our obligations with the state so that we sort of do our part of what we agreed on.
Thank you. Councilmember Robertson?
Thank you. Thanks, Chris, for the presentation and the answers to the questions, and the details of the question. Certainly, whenever we're looking at doing a significant investment that we've already made so far, huge, certainly looking at what this park means to the 6th district. And I want to personally thank you for the efforts that you've put forward to keep me informed. And all of the public meetings that we have been to, and there have been several, and there's been a lot of citizen engagement. And no, this does not come as a surprise to me, and neither to the members of the Land Use Committee, and hopefully to the full council of the presentations that have been made and what obligations were attached to us receiving and accepting the grant. This is in the 6th district, and I do appreciate when we are looking at doing increases or cuts in our prospective districts that we would at least have those conversations. And perhaps we could share information that may not be readily known, except to the council person that represents the district. This development, Mayo Bridge is going to be the next big thing that we're going to have to wrestle with. I mean, what it's going to cost us to put that bridge in, and what the citizens have asked for and want versus what we can legitimately make reality and afford has been an ongoing, laborsome conversation, just like Mayo Island has been. And so I would hope, and Madam Chair, it is extremely important to me. I appreciate the scale down that has been done as it relates to reductions in the capital improvement budget. But we need that information of all of those in front of us as we are having this discussion, and not what the staff has proposed in their recommendation with only 5 items. And my colleague Lynch, who cares to make a reduction to a major project in the 6th district and any other major reductions in any of our districts, and they're not listed here. And the conversation goes to things that are not in front of us. That's not, it's not, I'm not capable to follow that. And since Ms. Trammell has mentioned Browns Island, likewise in the 6th district, no, we can't cut I serve on the board of Venture Richmond, and I have worked with them on both sides of this river for these projects and spent many hours in dialogue. And I know the effort that has been made to raise money, and I know where they are in raising money. And for us to just arbitrarily make decisions about something because, for whatever reason, I'm not sure if I understand, I'm hearing more justifications as relates to the logistics of the development and the construction and the technical aspects of bids and negotiation and cost estimates, that we entrust your staff to give us accurate numbers on, and we depend upon that. And I would
Okay.
hope that, Madam Chair, please, I am troubled by the cuts that I see being proposed in my district that I've worked hours and hours and hours to get to without any conversation about the cuts, and then not have all of them in front of me. Please give me the courtesy of doing that.
So,
Thank
Mr. Pelkey, thank you. Hopefully we have loaded the, complete the document with all of the reductions by council member. So Daniel, are we ready with that? And/or David?
So for clarity, are you looking for all of the reductions proposed?
Yeah.
I was under the impression we were looking for those enhancements in front as well.
Yes, but we are at the reductions on CIP, and so members are asking about the complete list. And so I know we've provided that.
So the
Before.
only thing missing from the proposed reductions are Browns Island and Mayo Island. So I'm happy to pull that up, but I think,
Yes, we will need to pull that up so members can see it. And what I want to be clear about is we don't have consensus in terms of Councilmember Robertson, in terms of those cuts. That's questions are being raised as we would expect about all of these items. But there is not consensus that those cuts are on the table, neither Mayo or Brown. So,
Madam
Yeah.
President, if I may. Yeah, I see the quizzical looks, and I think, we've all been working hard to try and keep this conversation moving forward in this compressed timeline. I will own this one. I thought that the consensus from the last couple of budget work sessions was we were not supporting a Mayo Island cut or a Browns Island cut based on the feedback from administration and the general consensus of those who were here, which is the majority council. The only one I don't see on here, and I guess I assume that there's already been conversation between the patron and staff. The only other one that's not on here is the gas utility new business, which I believe Director Morris had spoken to in one of the prior work sessions. So
okay.
apologize for that. Maybe we should have gone more,
I can put on this.
dug deeper into the first meeting and come along to where we are now. So
Right.
thanks.
So do we have, and I hear you, Daniel, you said the only two items that are not there, and again, I'll reemphasize, there was no consensus to cut either of them, would be Mayo and would be Brown. There was no consensus to have them as reductions. So do you have that spreadsheet? I'm trying to go back to, because it was handed out. Okay.
Well, it was not handed out today. It was.
No,
handed
not
out, correct.
today.
Yes.
No.
That is correct. It was
Yes,
handed
not
out the
today.
last, and I have it right here, but just need to get it on the screen there.
Okay.
Yep.
If you would. Councilmember.
If
Can
we have
you,
agreed to consensus on something, then let's just show that as agreed to, because if it's been agreed to, I shouldn't be confronted now with something that we have consensus on. And so let's just show what we said we have consensus on. We can always change our mind. I understand. And then let's deal with the things that we don't, that's perfectly fine. That's the only way we're gonna move through the budget. I
Absolutely.
appreciate that.
And again, I
But
will
let's accomplish it.
yes, I will reemphasize, we do not and did not get consensus to cut either of those projects. We did not. And so this, discussion today, we hopefully gets to the next and last iteration. What, okay, I cannot hear you.
Or
So what,
point of clarification, my amendment was not to completely cut Mayo Island, and completely, I don't know who put in the amendment specifically for Browns Island, was not me. However, it was a reduction, not a total cut, and the basis and the underpinnings of that reduction is because I do not believe that the $16 million price tag is correct, given and these decisions are important. And what really frustrates me is, like, why are we even on council if we do not have the ability to question, challenge, and ask the accuracy of these budget numbers? And that is important, because when we make decisions about the capital improvement budget, the operating budget, our decisions reflect what the value and morals of this body are. And if we are just saying, you know what, go ahead, do the whole 16 million, we're going to wind up tearing up and demoing a building that we probably shouldn't be having to pay for, to be honest. And that money could have went to sidewalks in other parts of our district, other capital, very, very critical efforts in other parts of our district. So, I mean, it just frustrates me every year where we go through this rigmarole and we try to get honest answers from the administration about, like, hey, have you all asked this question? Has there been diligence done? And when we don't get answers or details prior to coming into a meeting or to our satisfaction, I know our staff worked really hard on this particular question, and then I don't see it on our no one called me and said, hey, this amendment is getting taken out. Did anyone else get calls about their amendments? We didn't, right? So I'm just, why even sit on this body if we can't ask questions and challenge the numbers? No one's not supporting Councilmember Robertson or any, specific council districts or people on a project. What we're trying to get to the bottom of is there wiggle room in this number? Is it accurate? And are we being responsible with our budget? Because we have to make choices about where to reallocate this funds. I mean, that's how it is.
Thank you, Councilmember Trammell. At no time are we indicating that members cannot ask questions about these items. Mr. Frelke and the administration has tried to be responsive to our inquiry, I believe. And so we will, if there's still more, we can dig more, but if I understand correctly, we have done the due diligence with VDOT, with the city, et cetera, back and forth. And so, yes, absolutely, we can ask questions. That's the whole purpose. I wouldn't suggest otherwise. I do want to go to, have we loaded all of the reductions? That spreadsheet yet? If
Sorry, I was safely ejecting the
okay,
device.
if not, I'm going to go. Ms. Gibson, did you have a question? And then while we're getting that loaded.
Thank you, Madam President. My comment is focused on the process. On this particular item regarding the Mayo project, Frank, I don't have a strong opinion yet in terms of the amendment on the table, but I did want to know, when it comes to consensus, I don't believe, I was not asked, my consensus on this item. So I'm not sure how this body came to consensus on this.
Let me be clear, we did not, but there was no consensus to accept any reductions, or that's all I'm saying. And so this day, we're meant to take a look at these items and get to consensus.
So,
but there's been no.
Yeah,
this is the time.
Sure. I guess I'm just wanting some clarity. If if I believe that the question was, why was this item not included in the spreadsheet? And if it was not, I thought I heard that the reason why it was not was because there wasn't consensus to approve it. And so I said, by the way, no one asked me my consensus. And so I think we're there might be a little bit of um, a, a, a loop. I'm not sure quite how to put this. But I do think that this underscores where there are some gaps in the process. This is a body that votes on things. And so really, rather than consensus, this process should be a series of votes where the public can hear us come to a consensus formally on matters. And so that would be my recommendation next year when we embark on this process again. And I think the other piece that would be really important to, again, avoid some of the confusion that we're having today would be that every council member's amendments become published and are public. Because I think really it would be helpful, for clarity, what I'm talking about is that the material that I uploaded, right, that is essentially a public document that so that everyone can see what those requests were. So, and this is something we can talk more about down the road, but there are questions as to why certain things are on the spreadsheet and not. And it's a process, as I understand it now, of administration feedback, of kind of collaboration that gets here, but somehow things seem to have been missed in the process. And so I think just providing that bit of transparency up front could help alleviate some of the questions that we're having today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. I want to make sure that the record is clear that all of the amendments were uploaded. Not in this session, they were all uploaded. The reductions and the amendments were uploaded before. Now here, I think as staff has tried to work through and gather where we are with things, some of them may not be included, but we're including the entirety of what was uploaded, but they were. Councilmember Jones?
Thank you, Madam President. So I want to take just like a quick second to kind of like level set, because everyone is saying the same thing. Each time we come here, we get these group of papers. We don't necessarily know what we're doing. And I just personally, if I'm sitting here confused, then whoever is watching, whoever is in the audience is confused. I would just like for us to get clear on what is happening. Because right now, I don't even know. And what is happening is that we're going back and forth with different projects and this one had a conversation with this one, that one had a conversation with that one. Nobody's really clear on what, and the reality of it is, I feel. So I appreciate what Ms. Lynch said about if we're not going to sit here and ask questions, but I also want us to sit here and own what is going on right now in this moment as a council.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones. Councilmember Brett, and then I'll come back.
Thank you.
Oh, I was actually going to comment on this specific amendment. But they're like, well, two levels. And one is I guess, applaud Councilmember Lynch's kind of commitment to focusing on this question. It's a large amount of money. I asked a similar question last week. I said, can we spread it out? They basically said no. I said, okay, right. But I really appreciate that Stephanie or Councilmember Lynch is asking more specific questions to really dig in, because this is a lot of money. And so even though we don't have any co-patrons on this thing yet, if you want to ask for more information, I would appreciate that. Like, to really be sure that, even if it was 14, that's $2 million, right? That we can push back a year. That's a lot of money considering the conversations that we're having. So I appreciate that you're asking those questions. I don't think you need 5 of us to tell you to ask those questions. And I would like to hear more about that as well.
Thank you. So in terms of process, the intent today was to go through each of the recommended reductions get some consensus in terms of where we are, and then go through the enhancements, get some consensus there, at least preliminarily, and then getting back to the administration for any feedback, especially relative to enhancements. That's where we're. The voting would be on Monday as a part as the documents come to us. The process will be redone for the new year. We've talked about that. I get that. So that's where we are. And in terms of any additional information, I'm sure there can be additional. I know I've attended at least a Mayo meeting in the community to get some sense of that. Certainly similarly with Browns, but in terms of discussion with the organization, but they're questions and they deserve to have responses to them. So I'm not suggesting not. But if we could go in that order, the CIP, the complete set, and then get some sense of where we are as a body. And then go through enhancements, CIP, the complete set that were submitted because they were all submitted before. So do we have the loading here? Okay, it's on the screen. It's not on the screen.
Yeah, David, could you bring it back to the previous one? That's it. Thank you. All right, so this includes a full breakdown. As mentioned before, you'll see there are a number of line items for fleet. The goal was for us to hold harmless emergency response and DPW solid waste. Those are those refuse trucks. That was our staff recommendation, but of course, considering everything here, we're definitely able to take a closer look at each of these. As I believe Councilmember Jordan referenced prior, gas new business, that 500K, regardless, we would have to keep that within the enterprise fund. And logistically also, I'm not entirely sure if we're able to not provide the new service, but most importantly for this discussion, anything that is proposed to be reduced from an enterprise fund has to remain in that enterprise fund. So that goes for public utilities, parking management, and similar, but not exactly the same is those internal service funds. So a good example of that would be in the IT department. Any questions about this, which is before you all?
Yes, Councilmember Robertson.
Go back to the statement that was made earlier. For these reductions, it was said earlier that there was some consensus. Is that the case on these reductions?
We're going to go through, Ms. Robertson, at this point and see where we have
Okay.
consensus or not.
Yeah,
That's what we're looking at. So,
And are there any questions before we go line by line?
let's proceed.
Very good.
Councilmember Trump, you have a question here?
Well, I guess he's going line by line, so I'll wait until we get down.
Very good.
Thank you.
So starting with Mayo Island. Again, this is something that we as a council chief of staff's office could not, the reason why we removed it from consideration was not necessarily actually consensus, but we could not stand firmly on ground and say that we could, in fact, remove it from the proposed budget because of the nature of the proposal. It's a contract proposal for this demolition and improvements, and we did not have enough information to confidently say that we could, in fact, remove it from the budget. The other piece of this is the fact that since it is not like the fleet budget, which is a cash-funded budget, this is about capacity, debt capacity, and the CIP budget is spread out over the 5 years. So it is unfortunately not as simple as, you know what, let's do 14 million this year and 2 the next, or vice versa. So we were not comfortable making that recommendation. However, we can absolutely discuss it now.
Okay, I'd like to get some sense again. Certainly, Mr. Frailke can provide additional specificity relative to the nature of the agreement and what we would stand to lose or be in jeopardy of losing if we didn't comply with the deadlines that we're functioning against. And that's the October 26th. No, I'm not sure that at this point, do we have any additional questions for Mr. Frelke before we move forward with, I want to get some consensus relative to this item? Councilmember Robertson?
It's been said that if we do not proceed with this, that we will be obligated to reimburse. And
That's
I just
correct.
want verification if that is true.
Mr. Frelke?
Yeah, and we might also have to, some of the grant dollars that we receive for this, we may also have to reimburse as part of that. So it's additional dollars that we got on top of it because of the way that we were approaching it, and we're able to do that. So that's another $1.5 million. And I can put I have a complete breakdown of how we got to the $16 million in the quote where, where we're at. We got to Councilor Breton's question about was there any wiggle room? In October of last year, it was quoted, and we now know that that cost has actually probably gone up a little bit more with the tariffs and some of the other things that we're working on. But we can break down what the remediation looks like, what all the other pieces, and also note the other challenge that we have, that just a reminder, the bridge is a 3 to 5 year project that we're taking down, and the island and the requirements for that is October 2026. So the bridge won't even be started, but we are working on VDOT with the different pieces so that we can make sure we get into compliance on other parts of that, and we're working together. But it's a lot of pieces, and I understand it's a big ticket. I really do. But this is also something that is going to completely change a industrial wasteland into an amazing park. And this investment, is as big as it is, we'll have a lot of benefits from it. But we do have sort of the breakdown of all the different costs that's provided and where the cost estimates that we are happy to sort of provide those dollars, and then where we're sort of at with those different pieces. So.
Councilmember Robertson?
Is there a dollar amount of reimbursement that would most likely have to be done if we do not proceed?
It'll be about a $9 million price tag for the city.
$9 million. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to get some sense of if there are no other questions. I see Councilmember Gibson and then Councilmember Lynch.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question actually for Councilwoman Lynch. Is there certain documentation that you would like to see procured? And if you wanted to make a formal request for that documentation, I would be happy to second that motion. If it seems like that we just need either confirmation or more information. And so if there is a list and you wanted to put a motion on the table to ensure that we get that documentation by a certain time frame, I'd be happy to support that.
I would just beforehand, Mr. Frelke has offered to provide the specificity relative to this project. So we don't need a motion to do that. We can just ask for the submittal of that. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to provide that.
Councilmember Lynch?
The crux of it for me is if the VDOT project, if the Mayo Bridge replacement, which is a separate bucket of funding, separate project, and I hear what you're saying, it's going to happen in 3 years and not by the October 2026 deadline. Generally, I find the state's pretty amenable. I mean, we have kind of precedent and similar examples of where a project didn't line up and the state had to be flexible about, whether or not on certain state grants. I'm just wondering, have we approached them and said, hey, we've got federal funding to remove this impervious surface plus the demo of these buildings, which is, again, that's 40% of the price tag, right? So, have we approached them and said, would you be reasonable and work with us knowing that we're going to get that funded. I mean, because we're paying for the same thing. I mean, we've already gotten funded to remove the bridge. So I'm just, again.
Well,
I'm
I think you have
curious.
to look at the area, but yes, the answer to your question is Deputy Richardson actually reached out to Director Wells in the state and asked if there was any way that we could get an extension based on those different pieces. We were not granted that extension because we also were trying to figure out, we understand this is a big lift. We also wanted to try to break it up over 2 years ourselves, but we have to get the grant dollars back. And the state at this point did not give us an extension or offer us an extension. And it's why we've had to sort of look at this. So we did reach out to them and request that because they are the funder for it. So there has been a lot of work. I mean, we understand where council is on this, to be real clear. And we were trying to figure out how we could do this, but this is sort of where we've gotten to based on, we got the grant over a year ago now at this point. And so they're wanting to see some movement from the city to show that we are doing this. And since there hasn't been that traction, we have not been granted an extension at this time.
So they want to see some movement.
No, they didn't. I'm just saying they haven't seen any movement. That's a better way to phrase it, Council.
Well, I think I have, I think it would be helpful to have some further discussion and perhaps tap into your advocacy resources here. I mean, I'm happy to talk to our state delegation, folks at the governor's office. I mean, if we're talking about the ability for the city to potentially save, $6 million by not allocating the entire 16, and that frees up some capital dollars for us if they're going to work with us. I mean, I think it's worth a little advocacy.
I would say that we've tried our best to do that advocacy. I'll let Director Vincent, because I know if he had anything else to add that I might have, because his department has been leading up the bridge conversation.
Councilman, yes, Mr. Vincent, and then I'll come to Councilwoman Robertson.
Good afternoon, Council. Bobby Vincent, Director of Public Works. At this point in time, as a part of the Mayo Bridge replacement, demolition for any buildings on Mayo Island is not a part of that project. So I just wanted to put that information out there so everyone would in fact know that that bridge replacement project at this point in time does not include any removal of any buildings on Mayo Island.
Director Vincent, if you look at the blueprint for the new bridge, it literally cuts right over where the current building is.
Mm-hmm.
So how are they planning on not demoing that building if that's where the new bridge is going to be?
Yeah, it's actually two bridges where the bridges connect are on Mayo Island itself. So the two bridges would start at the flood wall and make their way around the existing bridge to connect onto Mayo's Island. So at this point in time, there's no demolition within that project for the removal of buildings on Mayo Island, just for the demolition of the existing bridge, if we saw fit to do that, and the construction of the new bridge.
Okay. Councilmember Robertson? No, okay, thank you. Mr. Frelke, you said that you can provide the additional information that at the level of specificity that was being asked for.
President Newell, I was just going to indicate that there had been a question about whether or not our city lobbyists might speak to their efforts if Ms. Anderson was here. Although I feel like maybe the energy has moved on. Or maybe someone from administration could speak to any lobbying efforts that happened.
Yes.
Thanks.
Ms. Joy Hogg, any indication from our legislative?
I'm getting her down here, so if you could just give me a minute.
We will. Okay. We'll wait. Thank you. Yeah, staff will, she'll get the staffer down. Okay, so while we're waiting, let's go to the next item, please, and we'll come back.
So the next item references those the DPW solid waste fleet. So those are the 6 refuse trucks that were proposed to be replaced. That would be a $2 million investment.
Okay. Questions? Do we?
Reduction, that is to replace them. We're going to replace them.
That would be to reduce.
So
sorry,
yeah,
what?
That
yeah.
proposal there is to reduce
Mhm.
the number of
Yeah.
of trucks for DPW solid waste trucks by 6.
Mhm.
So we're going to reduce.
This would
Ms.
be.
Trammell, it's
yeah.
only a recommendation. We're going through and having discussions so we can understand the implications.
This is very, very confusing because I thought at the beginning you said nothing in public works was going to be reduced.
So the document that we had before us
But who put
initially.
this together? Who said, I mean, I thought like Ellen and I talked about it. We don't want to reduce anything, or our colleagues said nothing is going to be citywide. Those trucks are citywide. Maybe
Mhm.
I know what the hell goes on in Southside when I get those phone calls every Thursday and Friday that the trash trucks are dripping all that juice and all the smell all over the streets in different neighborhoods,
Yes.
especially in the poorest of the poor.
So, Ms. Trammell, what I was saying is just based on general discussion without us taking full out consensus,
Well, why-
that I did not have a sense that anyone wanted to reduce the vehicles for RPD, the vehicles for fire, or the vehicles for DPW waste. And this is just an opportunity to look at it and get consensus that that is the case.
Well, who was so smart that would put that up there knowing that we're not going to accept it?
Miss,
Can you answer
that
that?
doesn't stop people from making what they feel are good recommendations.
This is
for
something that
reduction.
affects the city of Richmond, all
understand,
of
Ms.
us,
Tramp.
businesses, residents, churches,
I
everything
agree.
that has a stupid trash can in
I
front of
agree.
their business that's overflowing, and then the trash trucks come and pick them up, and then they dump it all over, and it's not their fault. It's because of the trash trucks that are
Miss-
no good.
Ms.
So like
Trammell,
I said,
agree.
what brain science or whatever decided to put that up there?
Ms. Trammell,
We're not going to reduce the trash
Ms.
truck.
Trammell, let me be clear that people have recommended reductions that many of us will not accept. I know that's not one I would accept, as well as many, but that does not prevent people, and whether staff or council members, from putting reductions up for consideration for reduction.
Well, evidently, they don't live in the city and they don't get the calls that we get in reference to those trash trucks.
Okay.
And who catches the holy hell? Bobby does. Because we're calling him, telling him, go get the street people to get out there and wash the streets down.
Okay, so
Do they get those calls? Do they know what we're talking about? Do they go out there and take the pictures and send them to Bobby and send them to Sabrina? No, they don't. But I do.
Ms. Trammell, I agree with you that that is not one I would be consenting to cut. But it is the right of our council colleagues to put in proposed reductions and then for us to consider them. I hear you. Okay. Okay, so I'd like to move on. Is this an item I can get consensus that there is not a desire to have this reduction? Okay,
Are we?
I don't see anybody jumping up to make this reduction. Yeah. Okay. I am looking around at members. Yes. Yes.
I just, is it old trucks or, because it says something about
Mhm.
outdated vehicles or something. So are we reducing the purchase of 6 new trucks or are we
This
reducing
would be new vehicles.
new vehicles?
Yes.
Where it says replacement
So-
vehicles?
Replacement
So yes. So
and upfitting of them.
yeah,
Yeah.
I could definitely defer to the administration as far as each of the specific categories of fleet replacement. However, the idea here is that these investments in the proposed FY26 budget, it would be 2 million towards
New.
replacement vehicles.
Okay, so-
Yes, to replace outdated or aging vehicles that feasibly need to be replaced.
Okay, then
Okay.
I.
So I don't, so
So-
please correct me if the consensus appears to be that we would not take that reduction. We would not accept it. Okay,
I believe Ms. Gibson has a question.
I'm coming back to
Yeah,
Ms.
very
Gibson.
good.
I was looking around fully. Ms. Gibson, does this question pertain to this item?
Yes, it pertains to this discussion, yes.
No, this item.
Yes.
Okay,
So I wanted to note that I don't see these as all or nothing. Any of the items on this list, the body could make a small adjustment. If I'm understanding what we're trying to accomplish, it is to find the funding for the $3 million in the people's budget. There is a majority consensus amongst the council, I believe, body to do that. And so we have, if there is consensus on the $2.6 million, which is highlighted there and recommended by City Council staff, I have put a suggestion for an allocation of money from my district capital budget contingent on some of the other ads that I've also allocated for that spending. So that just leaves a bit of a gap of, I don't know, I haven't done the math, but I believe about $500,000. So
Okay.
I think that we might make efficient use of this time if we could figure out how we fund that gap of $500,000. And so it may not need to be all of the trucks, or it could be anything here, you know what I'm saying? That
Yeah.
we figure out how to do that. And given that we do still need to spend some time on the operating budget, which is really where I believe we want to spend a good chunk of this discussion, I'm just looking to see, is there a way that we can efficiently make a decision or determine an agreement on next steps so we can do that?
Certainly. I'm going to press pause on what I perceive was a consensus not to take this reduction. I'm going to come back to your point about the people's budget. The crosswalk has identified the funding to accomplish the proposed amendment that several of us have signed on for PB, which will be discussed, which does not involve reducing this item. So again, the consensus here that I am reading is this is not a reduction that we would take. Okay. Can we move back to,
Ms. Anderson?
yes.
Yeah.
Hi, Maggie Anderson,
Right.
Director of Intergovernmental Affairs. If you could repeat the question for me, I would greatly appreciate it.
The question was whether or not we had exercised our opportunity to advocate at the state level for any extension relative to the grants we've received, such that we could look at possibly pushing out timeline, et cetera.
I have not engaged in those conversations, given that this is a contract awarded by the Governor Youngkin's administration. It would be, in my experience, the wrong time to engage in those types of conversations, given that we've already been awarded the grant contract. Any conversations that I would have recommended happening around extensions or changes to that contract should have happened on the front end. And so at this point in time, that is not something that I would recommend engaging, just given that the contract has already been awarded.
Thank you. Any further question on that item? Clarification. Can I try to gather consensus relative to Mayo and proceeding, given what we have been advised by our Director of Parks and Rec, by administration, et cetera? Exactly. That this is not a reduction that we would take. Okay. Let's proceed to the next item, Mr. Wagner.
So the next item, this is relative to the 16 police vehicles. Again, this is a fleet replacement. So this is the administration, the police department, the fleet management team looking at the police fleet and identifying these vehicles. It's either their useful life is up or they've taken some form of damage and it's time for them to be replaced. So that $800,000 is in order to fund those replacement vehicles. Again, this is not a proposal that we're putting down to cut those vehicles. However, because it is a cash funded fleet maintenance program. This is something that we could consider, but that's up to you all. And I believe our original recommendation was to hold harmless any public safety and emergency response vehicles.
And what I would ask on this so that we don't come back to
Mhm.
now the police and fire together,
Mhm.
I would ask if there is consensus to not accept these reductions based on what I believe, at least certainly myself and others have articulated as critical assets for procurement by those public safety entities. There is consensus not to cut RPD and fire, correct? Okay. I haven't, I- let me, I'm rolling down, Ms. Trammell. Okay, we have consensus on RPD, on fire. Okay, the next item, if you would.
Yes, so we're moving past fire, is my understanding. That $4 million enhancement would be, the $4 million proposal would be preserved in our proposal. So the next are three. This is a grouping of smaller fleet vehicles. So the Richmond Animal Care and Control, Parks Department, and DPW fleet vehicles. So not relevant to solid waste and those refuse trucks. These are typically staff vehicles. So this is all taken as a block. That's how it was presented to us in the budget. We don't have a more specific breakdown, but it is something that we could consider together. And Councilmember Gibson is correct, as she referenced before. All of these items are not necessarily all or nothing, right? We could say, you know what we are going to do is still fund this at 2 million, and we're going to use 645,000 for X project.
I understand.
That option's on the table, but then it's up to the administration to prioritize that accordingly. But again, it's your preference here.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Councilmember Trammell.
What is the replacement of the radio shop? Fleet vehicle replacement? Don't we need radios and all the,
Could we get clarification there, Mr. Wagner, or?
so police cars going down the road? No
Yes,
radios?
Yes.
my understanding,
Sure.
that helps to outfit a lot of the vehicles in the fleet, but I'd be happy to defer to other folks that have more specific breakdowns of these.
Sabrina, can you help us?
Yes, Sabrina Joy Hogg. The radio shop outfits all the vehicles for police and fire, all of the light bars, the ruggedized laptops and all of that. So before a vehicle is released to the police department, it has to go to the radio shop and get all of the lights and everything else installed. Same thing with the fire trucks. So that's that cost for the radio shop.
So, but they're trying to reduce it, or they come up with, because I know you have some police cars now, some new police cars now, they're in the shop waiting to get the radios put in them.
Right. So you would not be able to reduce the radio shop if you want those police and fire vehicles and the trash trucks
No, I
out.
do not want to reduce it. I do not.
Okay, so this would negate the
Thank you.
upfitting that would be necessary for the vehicles, if I'm hearing you correctly. Okay? Just so that I'm reiterating, okay. Then in terms of parks, that's one, and then animal care and control, if you would provide that clarification.
I'm sorry, as far as the,
Ms. Trammell raised initially animal
Mhm.
care and control. I was
Mhm.
trying to go through the whole list. I didn't have it in order, but
Mhm. I do not have any further details on those vehicles, but happy to, again, defer to the administration who can talk through their plans for those.
okay, okay.
I don't have the details on it, but I know we sent you a fleet list. And if you look on there, a lot of those vehicles are outdated. I mean, we have vehicles going back to 2008 on that list. So this is just regular replacement of high maintenance cost vehicles.
Okay, so you have a question for Ms. Joy Hogg?
Just also with the population growing over 222,000 citizens, and with animals, there's so many calls of force animal control to come out there, I think 7 days a week, or even when they call the non-emergency police number for animal control. And they need a vehicle so they can get out there to help the citizens that are in crisis with, animals running loose or someone has been bit and taken to the hospital. So we can't cut that either, Madam President.
Thank
So
you.
the vehicles for replacement or new purchases, fleet uses a system to track all the maintenance costs and by year and, how much more it's going to cost per year for that older vehicle. And those are the ones that we replace first, is the high costing vehicles or the ones that are about to die, honestly.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions and then I'll look at consensus. I think Councilmember Jones, you were.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to clarify on the, they said we grouped these together. So I know we're not cutting animal control, but parks and DPW. Is there a distinction of how many vehicles? Where I know that the number for the 6 refuge trucks, they're bigger trucks, they're gonna cost more. So as it relates to vehicles, cars, is there a number of trucks? A number of cars in those particular areas that add up to that amount? Like how many cars are we talking, I guess is my question.
How many cars for DPW
And parks?
and parks?
I don't
So-
have that list in front of me. We can get you that list. But in the past years, when we've been doing vehicle replacement, most of that money has gone to public safety for police and fire. So we have neglected the rest of the fleet to say, and this is the time that we're starting to replace some of those as well.
Yeah, so just want a number if that could be helpful.
So-
As I'm looking at the number, like I see fleet vehicle police. I'm trying to reference between cars and trucks and the money, if that makes sense.
Okay, I want to be clear about the question, Councilmember Jones. We're only talking about items 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Correct.
Okay, and you want specificity in terms of parks and DPW, correct?
Yeah, and I was just trying to compare between major trucks that are gonna cost a lot of money. Like one truck might cost 1 million, I don't know, but I'm saying in a regular fleet vehicle, a car, how many of those are we actually talking about to add up to that number?
Okay, there were 25 other vehicles outside of RPD, fire, and EMS. And so I don't know what that number is, but I hear the question and we'll look to get that. What I think that, if I heard correctly, we have agreement on is item number 9, possibly not taking that reduction because of the implications for the other vehicles. Is that accurate?
And,
Okay.
and a reminder, that's pretty much incumbent upon the decision to hold harmless those emergency response and public safety.
Right, if we're
So
gonna
that's-
do RPD,
Yep.
right, then we
Yep.
have to upfit them,
Correct.
or outfit them,
Outfit
whichever.
them, yes,
with
or else
growth.
it's not quite useful.
Yes, okay. All right, Councilmember Breton?
Yeah, I was going to comment on, I guess, the phrasing of the consensus model here. I'm certainly not going to just jump up here and suggest we not replace police cars because I like to save money, right? Like, I'm not going to go and spearhead that and raise my hand and try to insist that we do that. But this whole conversation does rest on going to the other side of the spreadsheet to say, well, what are the goals that are unfunded and how big is that gap? And then am I able to have a difficult conversation about precisely whether 16 police vehicles is untouchable or not, whether 4 fire trucks is untouchable or not. So I'm not raising my hand now to say, yes, please, let's cut that stuff, but I would encourage anyone to feel that they are allowed to discuss these topics after we've had a better sense of how short we are on our other goals. So I'm not, championing that we cut anything until I see how short we are on the other side. But I appreciate that we're having an opportunity now to talk about it because then we know how untouchable these things are. So that's what I think is the valuable thing here to do, is to make sure that we're asking the questions so that we know how untouchable these things are. Because if everything's we don't want to cut anything, of course. So I think it's a good opportunity to be able to ask those questions so that we know what what is even on the table, depending on what our shortcomings are on the other side of the spreadsheet. So I appreciate that we're trying to like cut it down and get it done with, but I also think that the conversation may still continue a little bit after we see the other side of the spreadsheet.
And that's fine, but I do want to register what I believe right now is consensus, and that's RPD, fire, EMS we would not accept reductions there, and that we would not accept reduction on number nine. What we're discussing now would be 6, 7, and 8, but I do hear you. But right now, that's where I believe we have consensus in terms of non-acceptance of proposed reductions. And so the questions that were being asked in terms of the number of vehicles, animal care and control parks, is that what we're needing clarification on? Councilmember Robertson, are you about to answer that question?
Thank you. My question is, previously when we talked about buying fleet, we had talked about a program where we don't buy all of the fleet at the same time so they all don't age out at the same time. We may have previously answered that question, but it would be good to know whether or not we are staggering our purchases. Not suggesting that these need to be staggered, but the program itself is what I'm interested in, and they can get me an answer on that. Thank you.
Ms. Joy Hager, I thought Mr. Vincent was here. I don't know if we have any sense of staggering, as Ms. Robertson has indicated, and the
yes.
implications thereof.
We do stagger the purchases. In fact, these vehicles take a very long time to get in. It's not uncommon that ordering a fire truck today will take about a year to come in. So these are on a lag as well. But if you take a look at that fleet list that we sent you, you'll see the average age of those vehicles is very old. Fire especially has an extreme amount of older vehicles. Like I said, in the past few years, we've placed emphasis on public safety vehicles where we have almost neglected the rest of the fleet. So there's no getting around that we have a fleet list that we have got to put more money into. So again, I mean, you could double this at this point and still not have enough.
Yeah, Councilmember Robertson?
The question I'm asking, government is not 1 year. Budgeting is not 1 year. We talked about staggering fleet so that they don't age out at the same time. Now, a lot of corrective action needs to be taken if we've already done that in the past, and we got a large number of fleet that are not, that have aged out. So there's a corrective program strategy so that as we add on, we're adding on in a way that we'll hopefully we'll get ourselves out of this position of having a huge aged out vehicles because we're staggering as we bring new vehicles in. And I'm just speaking to the overall program. So, we should be able to say 25, we need to purchase, we're going to purchase whatever department, 26, whatever. We can see programmatically that we're doing that. And that also helps us in doing future budget projections based on commitments that we need to make for huge purchases such as these. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, are you en route to give some further clarification here?
Yes, I'm Gail Johnson, Director of General Services. And to your point, Ms. Robinson, that is what our replacement plan is set to do. As Ms. Joy Hogg has said, over the last couple of years, we concentrated on police, fire, and solid waste trucks. So we do have the replacement plan that will do just that, stagger them based on useful life, or if we run into a situation that the maintenance cost, starts to exceed the value of the vehicles, then we will bump that up on the replacement.
Any other questions relative to those two items? Ms. Johnson, that's the same thing that is the case for our parks vehicles, correct? Okay. Any further questions, members? Might I get a sense of consensus at this time relative to non-acceptance of those reductions? Okay. Let's proceed, Mr. Wagner, to the next item.
So the next line is line 10, Browns Island improvements. This is, as you all, I'm sure, are very familiar, a partnership with Venture Richmond to invest in the amphitheater area as well as Browns Island holistically. So they have pledged to do some fundraising, and we have pledged to match that. So this proposal from the mayor represents a match. And the question was asked, is this something that we need to hold firm on? Similar to Mayo Island, it could be the case that we do, in fact, need to hold firm on this. And so is it necessary for us to make that $6 million investment this year? And that is before you as well.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Ms. Joy Hogg. I could see she's coming forward relative to that item and our commitment to date and the implications of this reduction if it were taken.
Sure. Even in last year's proposed budget or adopted budget, the 6 million was planned. And so we're just continuing through with that commitment as FY26 proposed budget. Venture Richmond does have a fundraising goal. I believe they have surpassed halfway through their fundraising goal. The last part of our commitment is once they reach that fundraising goal is an additional 5 million. That is not shown in the CIP right now. And so once they reach it, then this council.
Thank you. Councilman Breton.
I was going to voice my support for keeping all the funding in this current year. I mean, I appreciate that we're asking these questions. I think, no question is a dumb question. But I also believe that it's very important that we keep all the funding in this year in order to retain all the confidence, all the fundraising that we expect to come in from private donations.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Certainly, the project speaks for itself from my perspective, and certainly Venture's commitment and due diligence to date in terms of fundraising and the impact and the commitment the city has already made. I certainly support our honoring that. I have a consensus of not accepting this reduction. Thank you. Mr. Wagner?
So the final item on this list is gas new business, which is a line item in the Department of Public Utilities budget for obviously new business. So extending those lines to new customers. A caveat here is enterprise funds need to stay within that enterprise fund. So if you were to reduce something from an enterprise fund, whether that's capital or operating, it has to stay with that organization, in this case, DPU Gasworks. And so because of that, we as a staff did not recommend to continue considering this, although it is something that we could, as a body, consider. And I'm sure the administration has more feedback around this.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yeah, thank you. If we could get this done, my name would be all over it. We have talked about it on and off last few years. It was in Public Utilities Commission. I think there's another element to it, which is, a denial of service. Like we can't deny service. But there is, and if anyone has further questions for Director Morris, wealth of information. I'll just say you're a wealth of information, and we do. I think where we have some opportunity is to look at what does the city consider an ROI, timeframe, return on investment, and are we strapping our customers with an unfair burden for extending it into the counties? But just to, unfortunately, the way I understand it, we cannot just get rid of this line item as much as I would like to support it. Thanks.
So could we have comment from
Mhm.
Mr. Morris and or Ms. Sabrina Joy Hogg, whomever would like to be on first?
Council members, Scott Morris, Director of DPU. You are correct. This would be considered a denial of service. We do have a main extension policy that we adhere to. You've referenced basically making sure that we have a return on investment, making sure that's correct. At last request at the budget session, we committed to giving an audit report out of several of these new extension lines. Staff is currently reviewing that. We will take in that consideration and making amendments to that main extension policy and make sure that we are recouping those funds as we intend to make sure that this is truly a cost neutral component. But yes, this is an obligation that we have to do for the budget.
Thank you. Councilmember Trammell, did you have a question about this particular item?
Yes. So this is something, it's a new program that they're going to start in public utilities?
Thank you if you provide.
Yeah, this is not a new program. This is an existing program. It's been on the record, I think, since 2017 when it was propagated, or before that. I'll get you the exact date, but this is not a new program.
This is something just to keep continuing it?
Yeah, this is continue to extend those gas mains when there's a new customer that comes on. Most of this is related to extensions for new development.
Right. You can get me that other information.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions beyond what will be provided to all of us when you send that information to Ms. Trammell? If I'm understanding correctly, the sentiment is to not accept this reduction? No, for the gas new business enterprise item we were just discussing. Okay. With that, we will move on. I want to make sure Ms. Joy Hogg has a hard stop, though I suspect Ms. Brown will be with us and Ms. White for a while. If the next item, Daniel, that we wanted to make sure we got administrative response to council, if we could go to that before she would need to depart at 3:30.
I'm sorry, are you hoping to move on to enhancements for capital? Is that correct, or?
Yes.
Yeah. David, if you could toggle that, please.
If you could, 1 second. Councilmember Robertson.
Looking back at the initial slide that was there on Laburnum, widening, proposed reduction, did we discuss that in full?
Pardon me, I thought that was something that there was some agreement to take off from the patrons, but let's go to that one, Daniel. I want to make sure.
We spoke to combining, making some combination or something.
So can we go back to that item, please?
To the Laburnum project?
Yes.
It is up there on your screen now.
Okay, and so if I understood, that was, well, tell me exactly, Mr. Breton, and actually, I'm sorry, Vice President, I'm sorry, I'm looking your way.
Yeah.
Vice President Jordan and Councilmember Gibson.
I've already shared my comments on this. I approve the change, but I want to see the allocation of funding for both citywide initiatives and the third district identified initiatives that I included in my amendments.
Thank you. Councilmember Jordan, did you have any further comment there? Ms. Joy Hogg.
So just clarification, the Laburnum widening project is funded with GO bonds. So whatever projects are going to be funded with this money has to be bond supported, okay?
Okay. Any further comment, question, clarification on that? So then what is being proposed, Ms. Joy Hawk, if I understood correctly from Ms. Gibson and Ms. Jordan, it was more in terms of possibly citywide, complete streets, sidewalks, all of that. Did I get that note incorrect or?
Yeah, thank you. This was a project carried over from last year that the community did not support. And so it was supposed to have been killed last year, and the funding was only supposed to go towards studying improvements, I think, at the intersection. But, you know, from the community standpoint, back when I was involved, again, this was last year that this was put to bed, but for some reason it showed up in this year's budget. So I don't have an opinion on where it's allocated other than, you know, deferring to Ms. Gibson and using it towards complete streets or participatory budget.
Okay, so I'm just wanting to make, I guess the GO bond part, that was just trying to make sure of the implication there. If it say it went to complete streets.
So whatever projects you fund out of this 959, I think it is, whether it could be a sidewalk, that's fine, because it will exceed the life of 20 years. And bonds are sold for 20 years, so you have to have a useful project at the end of that period. So it can't just go to stripes in the streets.
Okay, so anything that has a useful life of at least 20 years.
Correct.
Is what we would be talking about, would be the proviso here.
Correct.
So with that clarification, are members amenable to accepting this reduction on Laburnum widening remove active project and looking at this going to items, whether it's complete streets citywide, that have a useful life of 20 years at least? Is that correct?
So that was our rationale for earmarking this for sidewalk projects.
Say
But
again?
That was our staff rationale for earmarking this for sidewalk projects, yes.
Okay. And then Councilmember Gibson?
Yes, so the items that are in the district that I put in as recommended or amendments are would certainly fit the criteria for long-term initiatives. That includes the standalone bathrooms at Bottery Park, some updates at Pollard Park, and the facility upgrades at Pine Camp. So those are all would certainly fit within the stated criteria.
With that, and meeting that rigor in terms of 20 years at least, do I have consensus to accept this item as recommended reduction with an earmark to go towards, with an earmark of complying with the GO bond, all of that, and the whatever items citywide complete streets that comply? To accept the reduction based on removing the Laburnum widening. And then there are a variety of items that could fall into the criteria of meeting the GO bond 20 years like that.
I was just asking, well, what was, is that the number, the 95?
Yeah, the 959617. Okay. Ms. Gibson?
That's all her amendments.
I would feel most comfortable determining the consensus for both the adds and the reduction at the same time, because I'm being probably somewhat persnickety.
Okay.
But I do want to ensure that we have identified both the projects that will be reallocated within the district and at one time. At the same time, I also want to highlight it is now 506, and we have not yet moved to the operating budget.
Right.
I would love to just, if we could make a hard pivot to that so that we have enough time to, and we won't, but that we have at least an hour dedicated to continuing our work on the operating budget.
Okay, so I hear you. I would like to separate out, as this is all reduction, to go on and accept this, excuse me, to accept this reduction, and then to go to, but with an earmark, okay, that this goes to citywide efforts, just, and some of them are going to be your district. I'm assuming some other districts, I don't know. As we're talking, whatever those qualifiers under complete streets that, again, consistent with geo bond. Let's first take this one. This is on the sheet of reductions. Consensus to accept these reductions. This reduction. Okay. So then in CIP, can we go to the items that are delineated there by district?
Yes, in enhancements, correct. Yep. So David, if you could toggle our spreadsheet, please. That one to the left, yeah. Or no, I'm sorry, it moved.
And then we'll,
To the right now. It used to be there. Excellent. Yep. All right, so as referenced before, the people's budget is something that we had expressed alignment on from council members so far. The rest are specific projects. Would you all like to consider that first with the caveat that the projects that received enough votes are perhaps fortunately slightly below the 3 million mark that we had originally expected based on our ranked choice voting. So it actually comes to 2,780,000.
based on the crosswalk that was done.
So that is the total funding needed for those projects. There's not specificity enough in the budget for us to determine what is already funded. This would have to happen later based on existing budgets, right? Because some of these projects could be pulled from maybe a parks maintenance or, as referenced before, complete streets. But that would understandably mean also some of those projects would have to be pushed down the queue that were already planned for.
So I want to be clear
Mhm.
that the people's budget number of 2.780,
Mhm.
based on a crosswalk in the top three for each of the 9 districts, based on a crosswalk, there are potential identified that are already in the budget to the tune of 2,780,000.
Mhm.
We
We will likely need to identify, yes, 2,780. Yeah, 2,780,000. We'll, if we would like to fund each of those projects, we'll need to identify 2,780,000 in order to ensure that they will be funded.
But we identified categories as we did the crosswalk that potentially could allow for and were not dissimilar from the top 3 in each of the 9 districts. We already had some sidewalks, some, all of those kinds of things could potentially be covered there. And I'm looking at Ms. Joy Hogg.
So it would be helpful to see the list, and then we can crosswalk it with what we have planned, and then give you what the gap is. Because chances are we may have already covered it.
We believe so. I mean, that was the work and reason for doing the crosswalk. We believe, I understand what you're saying, and happy to have that come over from staff to you, because I'd like to have even more definitively that that is the case from those larger buckets, that those items can be done. So we'll get that today. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. And you'll get back to us when, Ms. Joy Hogg?
Soon as I can.
Okay.
By
if we
Wednesday.
could narrow that down a little bit more. That
By
would be
Wednesday, I
helpful.
believe your next workshop is Wednesday.
The next what? I'm sorry.
Your next workshop is Wednesday. So we'll
We
get it back
don't
to you.
have that agreed to at this point. It was
Oh, you
not a
don't?
convenient time for everything. So could we possibly get it back tomorrow
We'll try. Yeah, we'll try.
by EO?
We have to wait for responses back from departments, but we will try to get it back to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam President,
Yes.
just to close out the laburnum reduction and then the correlating enhancement. Councilwoman Gibson, looking at this screen, does it, I think what you're asking is to, for lines 3, 4, and 5 to be accomplished in the next budget as an enhancement? Okay, and then if that is what the laburnum funds are used for, and going back to the people's budget, which has the other consensus among council, there may be some crossover with existing funding in DPW or parks, but there's consensus with the caveat, maybe people want to revisit it, but some consensus around vehicle reduction. Could I propose that we let administration fund as much of people's budget as they can from the existing DPW? Where they need more, they go into the vehicle fleet funds.
Or
Versus
it
us
could
trying to
be-
go through each vehicle fund line item.
Okay, so
If
Ms.
that doesn't
Jordan?
muddle things, otherwise,
Right.
never mind.
So the vehicle funds they would not go into would be fire, police, and waste, and the upfitting thereof. The only ones that we were talking about as an opportunity to even take a look would be the 25 that are the other. But if the organization has other places, I don't want to limit them to just looking there, to be able to make sure we get to that number that we believe is the case from the crosswalk for the people's budget or participatory budget. So may have some other places as well, but minimally. Okay. Mr. Wagner. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Gibson, did you have something on this side? Okay. Councilman Breton.
So, I guess I was going to ask the feasibility of being able to point to a line in the budget document about PB at the end of this process, right? And so, I'm imagining that we're saying, admin's going to go and find all the places all over the budget that we're going to cover these projects without a line item, is what I hear.
We've identified crosswalks. Staff has already identified potential places that these items could be covered from because that's the nature of them already.
Mm.
So no, the administration wouldn't have to go and find, the staff will provide those crosswalk areas to the administration. We're asking the administration to look at that, making sure that those are viable places. And then we still have on the line this almost $1 million here.
So I think I'm hearing though that, we would not see a line in the budget that says people's budget. It would just be sprinkled throughout the rest of the budget with like an explanation about how it's all going to get done, right? Is that where it sounds like this is headed?
But we're looking for a commitment that is codified as well. That once staff sends that item over to that list over to administration, that once yes, it's here. Yeah, then I'm looking to make sure that that commitment is present.
So it sounds like that's where this is headed. I was going to propose or ask, well, what's the feasibility of, if we got 27 projects of making 27 little carve outs in the budget so we can point at them and declare an even better victory. And then I was also going to talk about the $1 million also, but maybe we should talk about this PB thing right now.
If I may, I was actually thinking that we would take the reduction of the vehicles, put it in a PB line, and then that money is there should the administration need it above and beyond what's already being funded by DPW. And then what is left over can then be redistributed to fleet. I don't know the feasibility of that.
We're going to need both and because we know we're going to need some fleet. I mean, yeah, that's just the reality. And so it's both and it's looking at what from that category as well as the many categories that staff have identified to be able to come back with that PB budget that we're looking to have. So staff, as soon as we can get that to the administration so we can come back with that, that would be helpful. Councilmember Robertson?
Yes. I want to make sure I'm clear on the crosswalk that you're referencing. When I'm looking at the only title on this spreadsheet is attachment 1, but it does include several requests that were made to be put into the budget. And many of them, the response from the administration is that they weren't considered and that, and so when we look at requests for enhancements, I'm not sure if the crossover satisfy our concerns as it relates to whether or not it's considered or not considered. Some of them seems to be not considered at all. Others seems to suggest they've been covered somewhere. My experience from last year's budget is some things that were supposed to be covered turned out to not been the same thing that I thought were agreed to. So I'm a little concerned that if I get a blanket statement that is covered somewhere.
No, we're looking for specificity.
Okay, so the crossover, I'm thinking, is this package here? And
I don't know that we have the crosswalk document.
all right.
We
well,
do
well,
not,
well,
correct?
Then I guess
Yeah,
the
you
question.
do not, no.
Then the question I'm asking is the same question I asked for the reduction. There are several requests that have been presented for increases. This spreadsheet that we're looking at only has some of them, not all of them. Maybe I'm not sure that there aren't amendments that were requested that have not been included in this report.
Yeah, two is Councilmember Robertson's. I don't see, it really started at the top of the page, which had the majority of patrons on it. But what I'm not seeing are the 6 district ones that,
Say that again, Ms.
okay, where we started the discussion was at the top of the page that had the majority of council members in agreement, and that was relative to the people's budget. What I don't see, to Councilmember Robertson's point, are the 6 district items that we said were sent out before. I don't, not on the sheet, so it's on, you have it loaded, I'm assuming, because we put them out from last time.
Yes, and
Okay.
also you should have a new hard copy that does have, and I apologize for that. For whatever reason, those line items disappeared in the original, but they're in there in this other blue hard copy.
And so my question, Madam Chair, I do have the sheet that is displayed on the screen, but then there was an additional sheet that was passed out with a lot of blue highlighted items on it.
Yeah.
And my question is, do those 2 sheets include all of council members' requests?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for
So,
clarifying.
I want to be clear in terms of where we left this item. We're getting the crosswalk to the administration and looking for specificity going to them so that they can look and be responsive back to us if those items can be covered in those line items. that we've identified. And they're going to get that back to us by the end of the day today. No, Ms. Joy Hogg, just trying to add a little levity here, but by tomorrow, okay, would be ideal. Okay. All right. So with that, we still have the, oh, Councilmember Gibson?
Thank you, Madam President. If we're pivoting to the operating budget, I have a question regarding the operating budget.
Okay, I think that we still were trying to, Ms. Joy Hogg, you have a hard stop in 5 minutes, is that correct? Was trying to have her be present for, what do we have queued up next, Mr. Wagner? Because we can come back.
Were you all interested in continuing down the capital enhancements or pivoting to operating?
Well, if we could go on and do capital enhancements, we're going to have a little extra time that I hadn't anticipated for today, so we can get probably another hour in or more.
My question would probably benefit from having Ms. Joy Hogg's availabilities.
Right, that's what yeah. But Ms. Brown is also here, who would be able to be responsive. Okay. Okay. We're going to go on and complete. Yes, we are. And then Ms. Brown will be here even once Ms. Joy Hogg departs to be able to be responsive to questions.
There it is.
Are
Thank
we
you.
okay?
Apologies. All right.
Mr. Wagner, just 1 second. Council member,
Can we take a 5 or 10 minute break?
5 or 10 minute break.
Thank you. Thank you, Catherine.
Members, okay, if we could take a 10-minute break, if we could be back here at 25 minutes till, appreciate it. And let me say, we do have on the schedule for a closed session, which we will not have, so we can take more time for this discussion. Okay. Members, if you could join me on the dais, we will reconvene our work session. Mr. Wagner, are you up or is it Mr. Slouts?
I am up and ready as soon as you all are.
Thank you. Let's continue.
All right. So correct me if I'm mistaken in memory. We are going to go through line by line these capital enhancement proposals. Is that correct? That's how we would like to proceed? Very good. So we'll.
Yes, that's correct. I'm
Yep.
sorry, I was shaking.
Oh, yeah, understood. We'll start at the top, standalone bathrooms in Battery Park. That is a $400,000 investment proposed by Councilmember Gibson. And I guess, are we offering a moment for council members to discuss why they've proposed these? That could be dependent on y'all's preference on timing, but.
If a member would like to, but I
Very
mean,
good.
I think it's certainly pretty clear.
Mhm.
But certainly, Councilmember Gibson, if there's anything you want to add to your district items that are not addressed. I mean,
Good.
we don't have bathrooms.
Very good. And should we assume the same for Pollard Park upgrades, community-driven, Pine Camp Trail and facilities upgrades? Yep.
I have a question about number 15. Is that not included in the Mayo Island?
Oh, I think Councilmember Gibson might want to speak to her enhancements first, but absolutely.
Oh,
we
I
can
thought we had
chat
gone
about that.
to, I thought
Yeah.
we had scooted down the road. I'm
I
sorry.
mean, as far as the third district ones, I mean, I did my homework. I found out a place to fund them, and these are the recommendations on how they get funded.
Yeah, so I think maybe it would be helpful, Madam President, if, as we go down these, Mr. Wagner, you can say, funded by proposed reduction. And then we're going to get to the all list of ones that have no funding proposed. At that point, someone needs to speak up or we need to move on.
Well, on the document I'm looking at, it already indicates that things that are not included and not addressed.
Mhm. Oh, yes.
I think Daniel
Yes,
would just, Mr. Wagner
Daniel,
will
yes.
refresh us on
Yes,
our previous conversations if they're funded by a source or not.
yes,
Mm-hmm.
that would be helpful.
Yep. And so I think I would love to check in quickly on the Battery Park bathrooms. I believe the administration indicated that there are bathroom facilities, but I want to maybe have that clarified one way or another, either from Ms. Brown or Mr.
Yeah,
Frelke, if
I
they're
think
available.
Mr. Frelke is coming or Ms. Brown's coming, one or other or both.
Good afternoon, Chris Frelke, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Community Facility. Councilor Gibson, are those the bathrooms next to the basketball court that you were inquiring on? Because they were not open last year, but we were able to do some renovations to them, and they should be open this spring, if not already.
These are items that were identified in the people's budget request, so I'm welcome to get clarity and follow up with you to see
Yeah,
if
that'd
you
be
have a question.
that'd be super helpful.
Thank you.
With that, but thank you.
So if we could get identification members on those things that are PB, because we included, staff included that in the crosswalk, and we'll get that information back, so we'll know if it is that they've identified a category and the potential for that being a realistic category.
Yeah, and I know that we had a period of time where the bathrooms next to the basketball court had not been open, so we just needed to do some improvements to them to open them back up. We did open them last summer, but I just, that would be the only thing, is just to confirm if it is the outdoor bathroom there, or if there was a new bathroom that they wanted to put in place somewhere else in Battery Park.
Yes, and regarding the people's budget, in the third district, our allocation, I don't believe is $300,000, so that this project would exceed the ability of having that covered within the funding for that. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, so just for clarification, any of the items that have been included by members that are in the crosswalk document that are going to go to the administration, we will be able to press pause on those and get feedback from the administration, hopefully by EOD tomorrow. Correct?
Sounds good.
Okay, because everyone is wanting to see if it's included someplace.
Right.
Okay.
Understood. Okay. Moving forward, would you all like to, Councilmember Gibson, I should say, would you like to discuss any further the planning around the Diamond District? Or are you comfortable with that? It's a detailed description, so I think it covers it well.
Yes, I mean, the particularly Sherwood Park, there's a huge implication on the traffic happening in that area. There's the intersection at Laburnum and Westbrook is an intense one, and there's a lot of public interest in seeing that area, more investigation there, and so that is the explanation.
Is there any plan thus far relative to that project, the whole Fall Line Trail project, to look at this particular scenario here? Do we already have that?
Yep.
Welcome, Mr. Benson.
Good afternoon, Council. Bobby Benson, Director of Public Works. Yes, there is. And there's plans with regards to the Fall Line Trail to be scoped throughout the entire city, basically starting at Bryant Park and maneuvering its way all the way to Chesterfield County. One thing that I do want us to be mindful of is that a lot of the projects that we currently have in the CIP project, from a transportation standpoint, which we currently have $658 million worth of active projects. The vast majority of that funding, probably 95% of it, is not coming through geo bonds. It's us going after transportation grants and dollars from the federal and state level. And so we're applying for these projects, and these projects, we are, in fact, we, the city, receiving awards for those projects. So for many of these intersections, such as the intersection that Councilwoman Gibson just spoke of with regards to Westbrook and Hermitage, as well as Hermitage and Laburnum, just like the intersections in the 8th District with regards to Hopkins and Jeff Davis or Richmond Highway, those types of projects, just like Jefferson Avenue in your neighborhood, we're funding those projects not using our geo bonds, but utilizing funds that we're going after with regards to grants. So I do ask that council keep that in mind. And if you make recommendations to us, we can certainly proceed that way of funding instead of trying to tie up any geo bonds in terms of increasing our debt.
Okay, so I can be clear. This item, then for 3rd District, there is opportunity to have this covered?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be, I guess, which category exactly? It's DPW, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Fall Line Trail.
No, that would be DPW, and it would be in our CIP budget, but we are willing to work with the councilwoman in terms of getting this project through. But what I didn't want was for everybody to start asking for traffic studies in various segments of their city, because we're already working on many of them. And so I just wanted to put that knowledge and that information out there for everyone.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, so moving down the list, we're getting into the 4th District, and I'm not entirely sure if Councilmember Abubakar is still with us and is available to speak to each of these. But I can certainly do. Oh, wonderful.
Hello, Councilmember.
Hi.
All right, so
maybe the route to make it easier for our council member, we can see the department. And if those departments could indicate if these items are already included in their budget or not, or could be,
That would be helpful.
okay?
so the first would be the emergency light at Station 20.
Is that, Mr.
Yeah.
Benson?
Would be, yes.
Yes, with regards to Fire Station 20, currently working with Chief Siegel with regards to seeing how we can go about obtaining funds for that particular project.
Okay, so you're working to make that,
Yeah, the first step that we would have
reality.
to do is to have a feasibility study done
okay,
on that intersection to see how it would wind up working with our existing network. So it would have to be engineered out in terms of preliminary engineering plan. Once that's done, then the preliminary engineering work can be done. Once that's done, we obtain at that point in time, then we can come after and obtain the exact funding that's required in order for that work that's recommended by that study. And then we can proceed in that order.
okay, any timeline or,
The timeline
due
for
diligence and then-
a feasibility study is no more than about 3 to 6 months. Preliminary design is roughly about 6 months, and construction normally is about 6 months thereafter.
okay, and any guesstimate
Now
for
that,
that 3 to 6 month initial phase?
you said, say that again, the initial.
For that 3 to 6 month initial phase where you would work to have the plan developed?
Well, that would depend upon the funding. So I see here where it's $1 million. The feasibility study would not cost $1 million.
Okay,
And so what I don't want to do is to overburden the fiscal year 26 budget with a feasibility study. And the feasibility study normally runs for about $50,000 to $100,000
okay,
for studies such as that. And what they do is they take into account traffic counts and other projects of similar nature, in addition to what the current traffic conditions are for that fire station.
okay. So then the approximation of the 50 to 100,000 for the effort that would be undertaken in the first 3 to 6 months, that's something that we could look.
Yes, ma'am. I would say that that would be a good estimate to have placed in fiscal year 26 budget, if that's what council so sought to do.
Okay, so that's a possibility here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, Councilman Breton?
I'm looking at the list of spreadsheets and I'm just worried that it's gonna take a long time to have the conversation in this manner for these one-off projects with the director of DPW. And I'm wondering if we can maybe take this type of discussion offline as a report back on the possible funding for each of these.
I certainly
What-
could.
Mr. Vincent and Ms. Brown?
Yes, we can certainly do that.
Okay, so what we are saying and agreeing to is that for each of these items that are delineated here as enhancements by members, you will be going back and bringing back to us the opportunity to address them and where. So while it's not $1 million, because we know there's the first bit of work to be done, it's 50 to 100. And that's number one, what the cost is, and then number two, the category that would fall within. You'll be bringing those back across all of these categories, correct?
Yes, ma'am. This is something that we should be able to have back to you all in brief description terms by the close of business tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, yes. That would be fantastic. Thank you. Any item here that anyone wanted to? Yeah, let's go on and get that back if we can. And thank you for that recommendation, Councilmember Breton. Okay, Mr. Vincent, thank you for your willingness to provide that information in such a timely manner. All right.
Mhm.
Mr. Wagner.
Very good. So in this case, I believe that we can continue down our list. And some of these, as we've kind of alluded to already, have either been partially addressed or can be partially addressed as noted. So another item I'll elevate as a good example of this is major renovations to the Broad Rock Sports Complex. So some of the items that Councilmember Jones has identified are already planned, and then others are not in this fiscal year. So I guess my question would be, do we want to hold all of that offline right now?
I
and
think
move-
that's what we're
Yeah.
talking about and bringing
Mhm.
back so that there can be specificity and clarity that these
Yeah.
things are included or not,
So then
and where they are included.
if you scroll down further, then
Okay.
then this makes it quite easy.
Okay, Mr. Wagner,
Mhm.
Councilmember Jones, before you go.
Yes, I just wanted to add, because you mentioned something about PB, and I believe like the splash pad and all that was also a part of PB.
Well, I believe there's several items that are within district enhancements that have risen to the top on PB. And the tip, for the most part, the top 3 items for each of the 9 districts is what has been focused on in terms of that 2.78000 number for PB. And that's where we're going to get that information back in terms of the crosswalk. So we'll know exactly. So thank you, Councilmember Jones. We're looking for that to show up in there.
Very good. At this point, I think the only item that isn't something that we could identify potentially offline is the people's budget. And the mobile home repairs grant fund is a kind of another conversation, because we do also still have existing FY25 money that hasn't yet been allocated. So definitely worth a conversation as well. But
So I guess if that's one that's not an offline, waiting for further response from administration, I would offer my comments that I would support utilizing the funds that have not been used this year, encumbering them so that they do get used this year, and that's the amount. But given the financial constraints we're in, not adding to it.
So we're talking about $800,000 that are in
Correct.
this year's budget that would be carried over for the new year,
Mhm.
correct? Okay.
That's the goal. There's a proposal on the table to increase that fund, and I mean, we can address that as well.
Okay.
But Councilmember Jordan's proposal would be to use the existing funding that has not yet been tapped into.
Okay. Councilmember Lynch?
This is more for point of clarification. On the current funds, it's the $500,000 that are left. Is that actually slated to go into mobile home repair, or is that for home? As I recall, it was for home loans, and it was more for home buyers.
I thought we were talking specifically 800,000 for the mobile home. Is that not the case?
What's actually encumbered in this current year's budget for that?
Yes.
project, though?
Yeah.
Ms. Brown, if you could just confirm that.
Yes, the 25 budget does consist of $800,000 for the mobile hair repairs. Yes.
That's what we are talking about rolling forward to be able to have that 800,000 available in the upcoming fiscal year.
Yeah, unless there's like a little bit that gets spent this year, but whatever remains, we will be moving forward into 26. So it
Yeah.
just depends how quickly HCD gets through the program, but whatever funding is available and left over, we will move into 26. But there could be, even though $800,000 is there right now, they maybe might spend a little bit in June or something like that, but whatever funding is left available, we will roll forward.
Councilmember Trammell?
Do they know which ones, like, the mobile parks that they're gonna go in to spend that money? I know I had it, I mean, we're given so much stuff every single time we get in here. and I put all my stuff in a folder. And I bought one folder and didn't pick up the second and the third folder, so that stuff is in there. I know we all got it. Which ones have been fixed, which one has been completed, which ones have not been completed, but I didn't know where at.
Mhm.
It didn't have like, I'm sorry, go ahead, Megan.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to cut you off, Ms. Trammell. I thought that last time we discussed this, Merrick was going to send everybody the listing, and so I'll double check with him, but if he has not, then I'll make sure I get that to all of council.
And
we
we
already
could
know.
provide hard copy, because I think that, Ms. Trammell, would that be more helpful? Can she
Yeah,
get hard
trying to
copy
add-
while we're here, so you can see?
Madam President, what I'd like to know, because you said some of the money has been spent, some of it has not, or it has not.
The whole
They-
800,000 has not been spent yet.
The
I'm just
800
saying that as they go through the program and the rest of this fiscal year, as projects start to come online, there might be a little bit that does get spent in 25. But as of right now, nothing has been spent in 25.
Because ever since this has come, to light, I am getting so many calls in reference to homeowners
Mhm.
that are paying taxes on their homes, and that money has to go to mobile parks where they own the trailers themselves, not the person, not the landlord. It was all explained the other day and also explained to the mayor. I'll just take Vincent Rhodes Trailer Park because Dennis came here. He does not own any of them. They're all individually owned. And like he said, do you think for 1 minute I would let somebody come in here in this park with no roof, no sides, none of that? No, they got tore up after they come here for a few years or whatever. Now the homeowners are screaming at me, why aren't y'all taking taxpayers' dollars that I pay and fix up my home? I'm a senior. I've been waiting on a waiting list for 10 years to get a roof or central air, central heat or floors put in my home. And I can't even get a call back. I have it on my phone today.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on? And then they say, you go and give our money to a mobile park that they individually own those trailers and they don't pay taxes on them. Now the landlord does. He pays taxes on the land
Mhm.
that he leased, that they have to pay to park their mobile home on.
Mhm.
So that's the feedback that I'm getting, and I'm quite sure some of my colleagues are getting it too, because they're calling me from other districts, and I give them the councilperson's number and say, let them know how you feel. And these are, like I said, these are people that have been paying for years and years and years.
And Ms. Tram, I totally hear what you're saying. The funding was specifically set
You know why
aside.
I'm glad you
for
brought that up.
mobile home.
I'm glad you brought that up, Megan, because you want to know why the funding was put there when I did? Is because we had the ARPA money.
Mhm.
What was it, $155 million?
Mhm.
So I said, okay, the worst of the worst, let's put that money in there. But we never said year after year after year. We did not say that.
We
We
did
said
not.
the worst of the worst, let's do that. And I know that Lincoln, he was on board with it. And he said, let's do that.
Mhm.
And we kept asking for reports. I did. I kept asking for update, and couldn't get them. Not per se your fault, but the person that got the money. And because after Cheryl Hampton left here, I didn't have no more contact with anybody.
Okay. I will definitely try and rectify that and see what we can get from Merrick and his team to get you a
Thank
report out.
Thank you, Megan.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Please.
I'm trying to grappling with the items that we are asking the administration to get back with us on, and if there are any items we can get consensus on as well with this. And so I'll put the question for this particular item. We're talking about utilizing the $800,000. Well, allocating the $800,000 that in this current year
Mhm.
for that same activity in the new year.
Correct.
Is that? I'm just.
So this would actually be an operating, because we would be granting the funding for the actual work to be done. Yeah.
Okay. Is that Councilwoman Trammell?
Madam President, I'm sorry, this should not have been on this list. We get to consensus when we talk operating.
We can, because it is more, yes, probably more as opposed to CIP, I believe. Is that correct? Thank you, Ms. Brown. So we'll press point and punt. Councilmember Gibson?
If we're ready to move to the operating budget, I have a question regarding the operating budget.
Okay, anything else, Daniel, here before we move? We're looking to get the administration's feedback on all of these items in terms of where they might be delineated in the current budget.
That is correct.
And then for PB, and some of them, there's a crisscross. For PB, certainly that's a whole slate, but some of these are also within PB.
That
So,
is correct.
okay.
I would say if there are no further questions, we definitely can move to operating.
Okay, so Councilwoman Robertson, and then we're going to move on to operating.
Question on, Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilwoman Robertson.
Okay, so we're going to wait for the administration to give us some answers back on these items in the capital improvement budget. Are they, so they're going to all come back and say what they already said, like I see on most of these. Not considered, not in. Are they talking to the prospective council person before we come back, or am I just going to find out next, when we get this back? Is that going to be Wednesday?
I would like to have members have the opportunity of getting feedback. Ms. Brown,
We are going to be as diligent as we can to try and take the PB list and crosswalk that, as well as these requests up here, and also crosswalk those the best that we can. We're going to try and have something by tomorrow. But like I said, I mean, it's a quick turnaround. So we will get it to Matt and Daniel, and I believe I've been copying all of you when I send my responses. So as soon as we can release them, I will get them in your hands, and we'll be more than happy to answer any additional questions that you may have.
okay, that's, so I appreciate that. I think both the question was whether or not members would have opportunity to meet. Were you asking with the administration or staff, Councilmember Robertson? You're asking for an opportunity to meet with staff or with the administration once we have the feedback? Okay. Opportunity to meet with staff and or both the administration as well on those items.
By tomorrow?
No, not by tomorrow.
okay.
You're going to
I was
get the
gonna say-
information back to us
Yes,
by tomorrow.
Yes, of course,
Yeah.
then we would be more than happy to meet with any council
Okay.
member. Yes, of course.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember, Mr. Wagner, you want to kick it off, and then Councilwoman Gibson will come to you for your question.
Yep, so we're going to move over to operating. And I believe, Councilmember Gibson, you had a question about revenue.
Right.
Which could, I suppose, frame this conversation. So maybe we'll go there first.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, so as someone who's watched this process, as an advocate in the past, I mean, my understanding is that sometimes, as council is going through this process, many of the amendments they're able to address as the updates for revenue are updated throughout the process. And so I thought it would be helpful to look at the revenue projection and to understand the math that got us to the number that we have, that the administration has used in the budget that they've provided. So I looked at the CAFR, the 2024, the fiscal year 2024 CAFR, which is the most recent one that's been released. If you could pull that one up. Looks like that's the second tab. Yes, thank you. Okay, so in looking at the CAFR, the actual number for 2024 property taxes came in at $562 million, and that resulted in a surplus, specifically that was $17.5 million, specific to what had originally been budgeted according to the CAFR versus the actual amount. And so understanding that 2024, fiscal year 2024 was based on that 562 number, when I'm looking at the proposed budget, which I think is the second tab in there. Yes, thank you. It shows that the budget was based on the property tax amount of $550 million. So it's $12 million less than what the CAFR reflects. And, you know, that matters because it's my understanding of the kind of projection process is that, so, you know, if we said, okay, in 2024, we got $550 million, we're anticipating that property tax revenue will increase by, say, 5.5%, that would be how we would get to the budget for the fiscal year 2025. However, the fiscal year 25 number you can see is $563 million, which is only $1 million more than what was the actual amount in 2024. So, so it seems likely that, for one, the fiscal year 25 number is short, and that there could be another surplus that we're looking at in this fiscal year. So, if that's the case, knowing that fiscal year 24 was $562 million, and then that would mean that the projection for fiscal year 25 is off, then, you know, if we're anticipating an 8%, which is what the difference is, it looks like the assessment, you know, the projection was based on an 8% proposed increase for fiscal year 26. If the numbers, you know, working backwards are off, I mean, we could be talking about an additional $30 million on the table. So I am hoping that the appropriate teams can come back with a documentation that explains the math and how we get to that $607 million number, because that's ultimately the money that we're talking about. And the related question that I have with this is what our role is in this surplus in the budget, because and I guess I'll leave it there and allow the team to come back.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Ms. Brown, do you want to start us on that one?
Sure. So as you know, the budget document is a planning document, so it is an estimate. Obviously, the actuals are actually what happens during the year. When we look at our revenues, we're not only just looking at it as a category of percentage. The biggest one is definitely real estate, where we actually use a percentage because we know the assessment growth. However, most of our other revenue categories are based on historical trending, just what we think is going to happen in the economy, what's happening in the market. You know, sometimes it comes in higher, sometimes it comes in lower. And that's why, you know, once again, while we're trying to get our assessment cycle back in line, because again, we are right now just with our biggest revenue source is putting a finger in the air and having 2 months of data. So again, we're constantly looking at our revenues. That's why one of the biggest things was moving the budget introduction date back to March 27th, so that we had more revenue data as we go from 25 into 26. So again, I mean, we're not going to hit it spot on every single time, but we do our best based on historical trends, what we see in the market, what we're looking at from economists across the country, and just looking at consumption.
Yes.
Ms. Gibson, yes.
Is it okay if I continue? Yeah. Thank you. Yes, understood. So what I'm saying is there's projection, but then there's what we know, right? So right now we know that in 2024, we received $12 million more in property taxes than what is shown there. And then if in 2025, it doesn't make sense that it would be so flat. Do you know what I'm saying? So
What category
What I-
are we exactly looking at again? Are you looking at the overall general property taxes? Are you looking at a specific line item?
I'm looking at the line for where it says general property taxes.
General property taxes,
Yeah.
so just as a total of the grouping.
Yes.
Okay.
And ultimately, what I'm asking for, because what I've seen happen in this body's process, that while they're at about this point, they've received updates in terms of the revenue projections. Because at this point, we are now, I don't know, 75% through the year, right?
Mhm.
So we have a closer idea, we should, where we are in terms of revenue for fiscal year 2025. That's the year we're now in.
Correct.
And my thinking is that because 2024 came in notably higher than what is shown here and what was budgeted in 2024, that it's very likely that we would come in higher. So I guess what I'm asking is for the administration to come back with an analysis explaining the discrepancy between the CAFR and the proposed budget, and with an updated projection in terms of the proposed revenue as has been done in the past.
I guess I'm a little bit confused because you're taking 2024 actuals, which do tie to the ACFR.
Right.
So what is it that you're asking for again?
So the 2024 actual amount is different for property taxes when I'm comparing the document. Either way,
But again, I'm trying to understand what you're comparing, because right there you're comparing a 24 actual to a 25 budget. Is that what you're comparing? Or are you comparing the 24 budget to the 24 actuals?
I'm comparing in this budget document where it says 2024 actual
Mm-hmm.
to the CAFR amount.
So the actual amount.
Yes.
So in that actual, you have 1,014.5 for 24 actuals. At the
I'm
top.
looking at the property tax amount.
So you're
So
looking,
that's $562 million. It says actual for 2024.
sure. I mean, we can provide you with a comparison between 24 adopted budget to the 24 actuals. We can, I mean, that's easily enough.
Right. And so what I'm saying is if the actual property tax we received in 2024 was $562 million, then that would then roll into a increase in 2025.
Which it did.
Right? And so based on this 562 amount, and so in turn, that would mean an increase in fiscal year 26, because it's cumulative in terms of the growth in property taxes.
Which I believe in 26, you still do see an increase.
But it's based on 8%. So it's based on.
I didn't say anything was based on a percentage. The only thing I said was based on a percentage was the real estate taxes, which is based on the assessment increase. Everything else doesn't necessarily always increase by the same percentage. So some things go up, some things go down.
What I guess it would be important to understand, and I appreciate the explanation, is that the property tax shown actual amount in 2024 is $562 million. And then the budgeted amount for fiscal year 25 is only $1 million more than that.
Mhm.
So I'm trying to understand that, because by and large, people's property taxes went up considerably year over year.
We've also been doing a lot better collections on our delinquent accounts. And so you can't always assume that in every single category, what you collected in the prior year is what you're going to collect this year. So if we did look at, like, if you look right there, personal, real and personal public service corporation property taxes, personal property delinquent. We're showing that in the actuals is 2.2 million in 24. We're projecting that because we've done such collections for delinquencies, that we don't think we're going to continuously have the same level of collections for delinquencies. So you have to look at every individual category in its own right instead of just taking it by a group sum.
Yeah, but that does not explain the amount that, I appreciate the work that's been done in terms of capturing more and reducing the amount that we're seeing through the delinquencies. What I'm saying though is that if the 2025 budget is based on, if the fact that it's based on the same amount, that's not enough because people's property taxes went up appreciably. Right, in fiscal year 2025, this year.
Sure.
It was reported in the paper. So what I'm saying is, where did that money? I'm asking for you to come back with a breakdown to explain how the fiscal year 2025 numbers came, how that was factored, given, the CAFR just came out in January. And the CAFR amount is different than what is shown here as the actual amount for 2024. So
I'm not sure about that because we just reconciled it. We looked at what the total bottom line was for actuals. If you want to go to the bottom line, it says the 1,014.5. And if you go to that page that you had up on the ACFR, it said the same dollar amount as actuals, 1,014.5.
I'm talking about the revenue, the property tax revenue is where I'm looking.
So you're only looking at property tax revenue.
Well, that's what drives the growth that we're seeing, right, in terms of a funding.
I mean, we can give you a breakdown between what we did in 24 adopted to 25 adopted and 25 to 26 adopted. But you have to take each individual year as a standalone year. But I mean, sure, we can pull a spreadsheet and just do a budget tax or a comparison.
That would be great.
Okay.
And then
are we concentrating on 25? Because I know we're talking about 26, but it seems like we're going back to 25. So do you want it 24 to 25 or 25 to 26?
I think it might be helpful to do both of them. But the other piece to this is to understand from a revenue standpoint, based on what's been collected so far, how accurate is the projection for $607 million that this budget is based on. Because as I've said, I'm watching this body go through the process in years past. It's not uncommon that at this point, the assessor and the finance team come back with updates in terms of projected revenue by which the body is able to have a more accurate assessment, because we're in an environment where, last year there was $42 million left over. It doesn't serve the public to be working with such a surplus, right? And so my ask is that the administration do everything it can so that we're able to use tax dollars efficiently and plan for all of the money that we'll be receiving to be able to deliver services to them.
Sure. We can give you a comparison.
Ms. Brown.
24 adopted to 25 adopted, 25 to 26 adopted, and we'll do it over the property taxes.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you. Councilmember Trammell.
Madam President, my colleague's asking some great questions because I know that last year when I tried to roll back the real estate tax from $1.20 to $1.16, I don't know if Steve Taylor is here or Richie, our assessor. I don't see either one. But anyway, I've asked the same question because each year, with all the development that's going on in our city, in each of our districts, we're bringing in more money. And to me, I don't know, how we can't say that we can't roll back the tax rate from $1.20 to $1.16 or maybe even lower. And my colleague is asking the same questions that I've asked in the past several years. Also, I think Megan brought up about we're trying to go after the ones that are not paying, that are delinquent on their real estate taxes and maybe some other taxes, because I think it's a total of maybe 47 million or maybe 50 million higher. Thank you, Sheila, because I've heard the same thing last week. It's higher. And to me, it looks like everything that we have on these wish lists, this year would be the year that we could probably fulfill just about everything, because we need to take, and I'm glad Megan says she'll give us a breakdown, because I think as Steve Taylor told us last year, or Richie had said, above what we took in was like $16 million more per se, or whatever.
I think those were probably the dollars that allowed us to do the rebate and the special funds that were available in
Well-
those other categories.
Madam President, I understand that we have 3 new colleagues here on council that do not have that information that's been shared with us in the past several years. It would be great for them to have that information too. And I appreciate Megan that she said she would give us a breakdown, because it is just when you get all this right in front of you and you're trying to say where this could go, that could go. I would like to have that information
Sure.
too, and also the information that Richie is projecting maybe for this year.
Well, he's already given his projection, correct,
But we
Ms.
don't know
Brown?
once they're going to freeze it per se. And then
Go on, I'm sorry. Go on. Ms. Brown.
because there's more development. I know that I have 7 developers right now, 7 right now, probably 8 or 9 coming in my district right now. So that brings in more money when you got 1 to 200 townhouses and apartments being built on each site. So there, and some of them ready to go. So how can we always say we don't have the money, or don't have the money to fulfill different projects that we have asked for? And I see Richie's here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Richie.
So, Ms. Brown, you understand the question Councilmember Trammell is asking.
Yes.
But also the assessor has joined us, and so if there's any additional clarification.
I mean, we work together
Okay.
between our city economist and the city assessor. We met probably every 2 weeks for 2.5 months to compare notes as far as what we were seeing and seeing how Richie was looking at his projections. And we basically came right in line at the 6%. And so we are working collaboratively together to make sure that what we're seeing and what his group is seeing is in alignment. So that's how the budget does come up with the 6% assessment increase. And Ms. Trammell, you're right. It's not that we're not bringing in money. We are. It's just what, interim CAO, Ms. Joy Hogg said at one point, we're just living above our means. So it's not that we're not bringing in revenue. It's not like we're not increasing our budget. We just have a lot more expenses and things are getting more expensive.
Councilmember Trammell?
Thank you, Madam President. I understand that, and I appreciate that you worked with Richie. I also would like for you to work with Steve Taylor. You have worked with Steve Taylor in the past in the budget.
I love Steve.
And I want him to be included in this budget cycle starting today. I don't know how much that he has had input, but he's one of the senior employees up there on that 3rd floor. I want him involved in this budget, Madam President, because I know he has a lot of information that he has shared with me, and I will share it with my colleagues very soon. Okay? Thank you.
So I want to make sure we're clear that a couple of things you're getting back to us, both in terms of Ms. Gibson, but also in terms of Ms. Trammell. And then the extent to which we can touch base with Mr. Taylor, both with staff on the staff side and your side, okay? Or any additional recommendations, feedback, suggestions, all of that.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you.
All right, are we ready to jump back into operating enhancements? Very well.
Yes, let's move on. We won't have as much time, so we have more work to do. But yes.
So a lot of places where we saw alignment was adding capacity to the auditor's office. Now, the original proposal would include $381,105 for added staff capacity. And there are a couple of instances where the administration believes we can kind of help with this. I know there was a desire to specifically have auditors with DPU experience, so we could really take a closer look at supporting our public utilities department. So we would be able to actually charge the cost of that to DPU's budget, which does take that 381 down a little bit. And then obviously there was a lot of a lot of discussion around partnering with the school board as well as RPS to take a closer look each year at their budget as we work to massage the process of how we allocate to them as well. So definitely something that a lot of our council members have expressed an interest in. We believe we can take that 381 down a little bit and both use existing resources within the council chief of staff agencies as well as charging that specific line item to DPU's budget in order to get that specialized service as well. Any questions about any of that? You'll see that there's multiple line items that are allocated to the auditor, which is, again, that's a good sign as far as investing in these services, but we don't necessarily need to fund each of those line items through this process. This is just representative of multiple folks' submissions for enhancement to that capacity. I think no questions. What would happen after that is we would jump into looking at our wage for part-time and full-time contracted workers for janitorial and security staff. So that is another one that has a good amount of support and happy to defer to council members who have questions. What we have what was submitted to the Chief of Staff's office was $1,710,800. The administration has provided a different estimate, closer to the tune of $3.5 million, and I believe you all have that breakdown that they provided today. Yes. Thank you, Councilmember Jordan. If you all do not have that in front of you, we have extra copies as well. But happy to talk through that as a group. I know there will be a lot of questions.
Madam President, it's okay if we move on to questions? Councilmember Robertson, did you have a question about this sheet or this item? Councilmember Gibson?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I'm just wanted to talk just from a process standpoint, how much more time we have, and what is the process to go through these items. With the capital budget, we went through the proposed cuts first. I appreciate all the time that the City Council staff has spent a lot of time trying to help us get to consensus quicker, which is definitely appreciated. I'm just wondering, and from a discussion standpoint, how much more time we have this evening to go through these things, and what is the plan to help us get more consensus on both the reductions and the amendments. I do think for myself that one of the challenges is that there are many amendments that myself and others have made that have received some pushback from administration. But I think that, look, these are some difficult conversations that do need to be had, and I want to make sure that we have sufficient time to have those discussions.
I apologize. I was conferring with a couple of council members, but if I hear correctly, what I offer is that we will take a break for dinner, I believe at about. Okay, I need to lead in. That we will take a break for dinner. We will come back for the public hearing at 6. Then after that, there's opportunity for further discussion and a continuation. But there's still information that we're going to need back from the administration. So we're going to have to, by that time, figure out a path forward that allows us to, yes. So more to come.
There also, President Anubo, was a question if we wanted to start with reductions as we did on the CIP. Okay. All right.
Reductions first.
Thanks.
We can do that. But we're breaking now?
Lunch, I'm sorry, dinner is 5:30.
Thank you.
Right. So, David, can we switch over to the, we have, not that one.
We will take our break at 5:30 and we'll reconvene at 6.
Personnel and operations. No, you're on the right spreadsheet. But other tab. We could do.
Mr. Wagner, we needed additional time, so I apologize. I mean, normally we'd be trying to accommodate an hour, but we have a lot to get through.
Absolutely.
Okay, Mr. Wagner? Councilmember Lynch?
We have no, I don't understand how we can sit here and go line item by line item, and we don't have the money in the budget to fund this right now. And I'm going to just strip off the emperor's new clothes. I mean, unless you all are coming to the table and we can get consensus to places to cut, then the discussion really is quite frivolous.
Councilmember.
And I think we made attempts to do that and we couldn't get on the same page. So going line item by line item on these budget amendments is just breathing hot air into this room. And unless we're going to have a substantive discussion about what we're in consensus about and where we're going to cut, then I think what I would suggest is we go to the line items that have at least 5 council members on them and maybe only discuss those. But going through and doing anything else seems like a fruitless activity.
Okay, I know that I was on your side in discussions, but Councilmember Jordan just reminded or updated me that we are on to reductions.
You want to start with reductions, correct? Councilmember Lynch, that's what we're saying.
Do we have 5 members on any of these reductions? Is there support for them? Because when we went through capital improvement, we got to no consensus. We only had one item that had consensus amongst the majority.
There is a proposal from administration on operating reductions that will amount to about $1 million that they were willing to offer up.
Okay, so we have $1 million.
We start there.
All right, let's start there.
Get started there.
So if we're gonna operate there, David, could you press the button that makes all
Mr.
of
Wagner, before we go there, Ms. Brown, did you want to discuss that recommendation in terms of the funding and confirm the identification of that amount?
Good afternoon again. So yes, the administration has gone through and looked where we can provide suggestions for reductions to help council support some of their amendments. And so we have come up with a little less than 1.1 million. It's $1,068,971. That consists of a few things for the Office of Community Wealth Building that would reduce the Richmond Resilience Initiative, which is the guaranteed income program. We are also suggesting to reduce 4 positions from the Office of Community Wealth Building that are currently vacant. We are proposing a 1 position reduction in Department of Public Works, and then 2 other positions in the General Registrar's Office that has not been filled in some time due to changes within that office. So out of the collective of those, 7 positions we are proposing to reduce and 1 program. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Councilmember Gibson, the question.
I'm sorry, Ms. Robertson, I didn't hear you.
What?
The program is the Richmond Resilience Initiative, the guaranteed income program that we originally funded through ARPA. And so that was a recommendation. Ultimately, it's up to this body if that recommendation wants to be taken or not. But we did ultimately try and look to see where we can support council and their needs for their amendments.
Okay. Councilmember Gibson.
Thank you, Madam President. So, and thank you to the administration. I mean, I appreciate that I mean, there was a lot of money that myself and other council members have identified for making changes, and that there is at least $1 million of some concession is definitely a starting point. But I do think that there is more that we can do as a body. I think for me and where, talking to residents throughout the city, really, one area that I'd like this body to spend some time talking about is the 3.25 salary increase for non-union salaries that exceed $150,000. That the total amount, the proposed reduction, was $750,000. I came to that number by, looking in the newspaper database. The administration's come back noting that of that 535,000 is general fund portion. I think that's important to look at. When one of the other documents that this body received was looking at the median salary by pay grade. And looking at that document, it showed that in 2022, there were essentially 5 FTEs, 5 employees that were in pay grades where the median salary was at least $200,000 a year. Looking at that now, there are now, according to this document, assuming I'm looking at it accurately, 55 employees that are in pay grades where the median salary is over $200,000 a year. This is considerably more than most people in the city make. So I think that given the reality where, we're trying to find a way to fund things for folks that are going to be taking a huge financial hit, given the reality of the financial chaos that our country is in this moment. So, I'm looking for ways that we can ensure that our custodians and security workers are making a living wage. I'm looking for ways to ensure that the folks who are getting evicted from their homes have legal representation. I'm looking for ways to ensure that folks that are living in the mobile homes are in healthier spaces. These are really critical needs. And so, to receive a document from the administration that says equity is based on contribution, not just compensation level, I mean, we have to make sure that we're helping the people who need it most, right? Everybody is paying more for eggs. But if you're making $200,000 a year, you're not worried about the cost when eggs go up. But when you're making $15 an hour, $13 an hour, you are. Those are the folks that we need to help. And so while I would love to be able to give everyone the 3% raise, I think it's incumbent upon us as a body to really identify where there's an opportunity, where from an equity standpoint, this is definitely a place to be looking. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Robertson.
So I guess the challenge that I'm having, and which we have every year that I've been on council, is for us trying to get to a balanced budget. It's pretty hard to unwrap what has already been wrapped up and submitted to us. And because such a large share of our budget is personnel, trying to make cuts in certain locations and so forth based on the overall personnel in any department, how many positions, which departments may appear to be growing at extreme accelerated rates, and whether or not there are any policies that we have in place to control growth based on the policies that we have to generate revenue, and they don't exist. And so consequently, we are dealing frequently with the situation based on growth that is taking place without council's intervention as to what that growth is and how that growth get us closer to where we are. And when I look at certain departments, I mean, the proposed $1 million that the administration have found, 500 plus of that is, or more, is out of the Office of Community Wealth Building, which is the only department that have major problems with eviction, that have a major problem with just having enough income to pay for rent. $20,000, $20 an hour yields less than $40,000 a year in income, which means that any person that we find a job at that amount can't afford much more than $1,000 at 30% of their income for housing. So our policy, lack of policy, and our decisions that we make as to out of $1 million, we want to take half of it out of a department that is working to reduce poverty. I just don't get it. I don't know how do we make that kind of decision? And at the same time, I agree. I mean, we've been talking about, so let me ask a question. One of the things that have been promised in the last year's budget is that we would consider, instead of increasing contractors' pay to $20 an hour, as is the city's minimum wage, that we would consider hiring these people. I don't know what's the difference in that ratio of hiring versus increasing, because we pay an additional contracting fee. But I would like for the administration to get us an answer to that. And I would also strongly suggest to this council, we want to provide additional funding to help poor people. How do we justify that at the same time and making one concession of 1 million and taking 50% of that from the Department of Office that is here to address poverty? So
Thank you, Councilmember Robertson. I don't want to leave this item, but to your point, part of what I've been talking with staff about relative to our contract workers who are both, we were specifically talking about security and janitorial, to have the administration look at both options, because there are two options, whether they hire or continue to contract, and what those dollar amounts would be. I certainly have heard at least two numbers right about now. I've not heard any discussion back in terms of hiring, so I'd certainly like to get that information. But I'd like to have any other question, comment about the salary adjustment from members?
For 3.25.
Yes.
I think Ms. Abubakar wanted to speak to it.
Okay. Councilmember Abubakar?
Thank you, President Newbill. Yes, I just recently wrote to you all and others regarding this. At the end of the day, we have a decision to make as a council body, and that is whether we continue to uphold the paradigm of, as Councilmember Robertson said, getting a prepackaged budget, and quite frankly, the budget narrative that is presented to us by the administration, or if we do the hard work and dig in and start to ask real questions that people have been wanting us to ask for years. And so I would say, look, I have nothing wrong with a policy analyst making $150,000 or $170,000. I started as in policy. There is value to that work. The question I continue to raise with this administration is whether or not, one, we are in a budget crisis or we are not. Are we in a hiring freeze or are we not? If we are in those things, then we need to look at why are we hiring a press secretary when we have a team of 24 people doing the work of strategic communications? Why are we hiring a press secretary at $200,000 when the mayor himself does most of his press conferences? That doesn't seem like a necessary hiring to me. Why are there management analysts that are getting $10,000 raises, $13,000 raises? There are directors that are getting $62,000 raises this year. $62,000. Now, when you put that next to what we're talking about, which is collective bargaining and ensuring that the people in the city that deliver direct services, custodians only got a $2,800 increase this year for a total of $44,000. And a caseworker in justice services is only getting a $2,800 increase this year. A refuse collector is getting a $7,400 increase, but that's just bringing their salary up to $44,000. It's unconscionable to me that we continue as a city with a population of 240,000 people to say that we need this glut of upper management making these massive dollar amounts. This is what's taking the budget. This is where the money is. If we cut some of these, or if we just say, you're not going to get a raise this year, because guess what? Cost of living is not as a big deal to you at $220,000 as it is to somebody like a refuse worker who currently makes $36,000 a year. If we don't stand up and say that now, then we've let this train go out of the station. And just, I just want to address real quick, because I took issue with what the administration's retorts were for all of the arguments for why we should continue to increase these raises. So, first and foremost, saying that we do not presume to know the financial burdens of employees. I'm not asking for anybody to. As Director Brown mentioned herself, the city is modeling that we are not living within our means, right? She said these exact words. Our revenues are going up, but our pace of spending is going up higher. We need to ask people, like, if we're asking a refuse worker to live within their means, then we have to ask the city to live within their means. And that means asking city leadership to live within their means. I'm not asking for people to tell me how they're living their lives. Secondly, equity based on contribution is an insulting thing to say, because complex work deserves fair compensation, but so does essential work. And if the city's equity model is about giving a director a $70,000 raise, but a custodian a $2,800 raise, that's not equity, that's hierarchy. And then compression. Compression is when lower level staff make as much as their supervisors. We are in no way close to compression. And in fact, we continue to go further and further out from compression. So that argument is moot. Not only that, but when we look at our peers, nobody's going to leave the city to go to Henrico or Chesterfield. When you look at the top 50 paid positions in Chesterfield, the top positions are actually county manager positions and director of finance positions and specialized engineers and first responders. And guess what? All of them make substantially less than what we make in the city of Richmond. There are only a few in Chesterfield with the population of 150,000 more than us who make more than $200,000 a year. The vast majority of their directors are at 195 and below. And then with Henrico, their positions are more comparable to ours. Again, much bigger county and much bigger area, but they also are much higher qualified positions and require specialized degrees and training. That is not the case in a lot of our positions in the city of Richmond. So I go back to this because this bothers me, because this is an exemplification of what is happening in this country, which is that we're using equity as a PR word, when in reality we are making sure that the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting moderately less poor, just so that they stay quiet. But this is not this is not corporate America. This is taxpayer dollars, and people are tired of this. And if we can fund initiatives and programs out of this money, then that's what we need to do, because this is where the money is at. The majority of government is based on personnel, and the personnel has become too top heavy, and we have to address it. And I think this is our opportunity to do it, because 2 years from now, we're all talking about how we're about to hit a cliff, and we're not going to be able to say, the administration is going to say all these positions are filled. How, you can't let go of them. Well, we might have to. So let's start planning now and being thoughtful, like the people have asked us to be.
Thank you,
I will go off my
Councilmember
soapbox.
Abubakar. Councilmember Trammell?
Thank you, Madam President. We keep saying that Richmond's on a roll right now. We're definitely seeing a lot of progress all over our city. And one reason is because I have to say this, now I see good leadership with us, people that their phone lines are open 24/7 to us in administration, which I can personally say for myself, I've not always had that, not even with, maybe the former police chief that I have now and fire chief, even though he's acting, pick up the phone and they answer you. They call you right back. When there's an issue, they're right on it, even with animal control. To me, we don't want to lose these people. And if you don't give them an incentive to be here with us, to go through the good, the bad, and ugly, what do we do if we bring somebody in that maybe we can say, okay, they're going to take $50,000 less, so they understand we're not going to give them a raise? You get what you pay for. That's what I've always been told. You get what you pay for. So to me, I even thought about maybe our police captains or whatever, they're not in unions. They don't get what, maybe in other police departments across the counties or whatever. And they work hard. All of our police officers, from all the way up to the police chief, deputies, majors, all of that. Our fire department, same thing. We had the best first Easter egg hunt ever this Saturday at Oak Grove Playground. Firefighters, police officers, Richmond Ambulance Authority, the children, the seniors, everybody just working together, getting along. And I look and I said, you know what? If I didn't have that person that answered my phone call when I said, hey, can you help us get this out here? Bobby, Sabrina, can you help us get the grass cut? Can you help us do this, do that? Can you cut that tree limb so the tree limb don't fall on a child? Which I just saw on my phone that one of the ladies somewhere was cutting her grass and a tree limb failed. Thank God it wasn't it wasn't with us. But those kind of little things, they add up. They add, when you have an auditor that will call you on the weekend, your assessor, our staff, we can call them 24/7. Yeah, we can not give them a 3% raise. They really need more, considering what they give back to us and the 222,000 citizens in our city. From children all the way on up to our seniors I got a senior that's going to be 103 years old tomorrow. I just got a text from his son. So I hope my colleagues will support this, because like I said, our demands are a lot more now than ever before. Because why? Because the population has grown in each of our districts. And I'm very, very thankful for that.
And I want to be clear, when you say you're hoping colleagues will support the 3.25. Okay. All right. I'm going to go to Ms. Councilmember Jones, and then I'm going to try to wrap up here.
The 3.25, I'm so confused, but like 3.25.
Salary increase
Oh, okay,
for
okay,
staff.
okay, thank you. I just wanted to add on to what Councilmember Abubakar said, and I think that, again, we should be clear about the way the language is being messaged, because I don't want it to appear as if council is just like, hey, go cut all these jobs, because that's not what is being asked. What is being asked is to take a deep look at positions that have been sitting for 3 years, have been sitting and have been vacant, and they are not filled. And then also look at those that were proposed to receive increases based on the fact that we just gave increases. And I do think that it is fair to ask the administration if they can come back with 7 positions and say, hey, we think these are good, but then not these. It seems as though every time we come to the meeting each week, it is a difference of, oh, okay, this week we can look at these positions versus, what was said a week ago. And so I think what should happen is if we as council have already proposed a bunch of those cuts, then also let's get real and not say we can't do it and then pinch it off each week saying, well, we can give you 7 or we can give you 6, because then that looks crazy. So I would just like as well for us to really look at what positions are in these proposed or in the proposal that was submitted to the administration, and what positions can we really actually look at? Because I'm coming. Because I got cut off earlier when I was trying to make a point and I got disconnected. What I'm saying is that the way we are doing this process is just every week. We've been doing what is the 3rd or 4th meeting, and every meeting we just negotiating back and forth on, we can give you 2, you can give us 1. We need to know what is the number that we are actually looking at as it relates to reduction, so then we can, and that's been said, I'm just saying it again. But we know that in order to be able to do that, we have to look at these reductions in these positions. And so we have to have the support to be able to do that. If we're not going to do it, then we just need to close up shop and just decide what we're going to do and move on.
Thank you. I want to just briefly, because we're going to need to wrap up, in terms of let me say the great news is that this city went to not just a living wage, but a wage that our community members could more than just survive, but thrive. So $20 an hour, period, as our minimum. And then we enter collective bargaining last year with 2 units, and then this year with additional 2 units, because we want to make sure that the compensation level is not just competitive, but allows for opportunity for growth, movement, et cetera, within those categories. So it concerns me when we talk about a 3.25 increase for a fairly small category of staff members, when we are looking at all the rest of the organization in terms of increasing salary. But we're leaving this group unattended because they're certainly not union, but they certainly are our staff. And we certainly I would be concerned about not just compression, but internal inequity, not just comparability with surrounding areas, but what our efforts have been with our staff. So just to say that in terms of concerns there. But I do hear, and we have sent over, and the point that you're raising in terms of, so I put a pin there in terms of 3.25, because I think that we should be equitable we should provide the kind of funding across the board that we are certainly with our collective bargaining advocating for across the board, not all staff. These are not union persons. So that's one component. So, but I would like to have the administration, because we have sent over a list of positions and to look at those other positions as opportunity to identify funds that can be utilized for the purposes. You see where we're trying to go. And yeah, you see where we're trying to go. So I'd like to have that. I, at some point, like to have opportunity for feedback from the organization in terms of janitorial and security folks, bringing in-house versus maintaining contracts, and what that opportunity, again, I have two very varied numbers, and certainly would like to see how we look at movement to make sure that those individuals have opportunity for minimum wage, and that may not be through, that may be through bringing in-house. So, okay, so I am trying to give my time. I will do that. What I'd like to do is, Mr. Benson's coming forward with a comment. I'm going to ask for Ms. Gibson after that, and then we're going to close out for
And Councilmember Newbill, I just wanted to clarify something because I think it got lost in what I was saying.
Okay.
I'm not suggesting to remove the 3.25 for, for union members or for, for people. And honestly, if it was just that people were getting 3.25 across the board, that would be one thing. My concern is doing the analysis. There are people who are getting 155% increases, 71% increases, 48% increases, 115% increases, 32% increases, 58% increases. And these are people who are already in the upper tiers of the market. So I'm not devaluing anybody's work. I'm not saying that what they're doing is not important, nor am I saying that we have not evolved as a city. What I'm saying is, as a city of 240,000 people, having a bunch of principal management analysts making six figures when I have asked every single council meeting what that means, and then to see that they're getting a 15% increase or a 155% increase, I have to call that into question. And I call that into question at the time when we are being told by the administration that we are in a budget shortfall and that we are in a budget crunch. So we're either in a budget crunch or we're not. If we're not in a budget crunch, give everybody all that they want. I don't care. But if we are in a budget crunch and there's not money and we're fighting over scraps for our districts and for direct services to people, like the Family Crisis Fund, like bringing custodians in-house, like eviction diversion, that's when I take issue with these 35, 40, 75, 155% increases. That is the point.
Thank you for that clarification, Councilmember Abubakar. Ms. Brown, are you looking to make comment? Because we still will want to get information back relative to some of what's been raised about salaries and percents and et cetera.
Yeah, I think the document that Ms. Abubakar is referring to is when it was asked to give us 25 salaries to 26. Those salary amounts were what was budgeted. That's not necessarily what somebody was making at the current time. For an example, myself as the budget director, in fiscal year 25, the budget for the budget director was vacant. I was interim at the time. So the 25 salary or the 25 budget amount was at the minimum. When I then got promoted into the budget director position, I got hired at what the budget director should be making. So if you look at that file, it would look as if that budget director position increased by 60-something%, but it's also because the $25 amount was brought to the minimum. So you can't take that file and consume or put it to an apples to apples comparison. A lot of the big increases were due to things that were vacant or budgeted in 25 as a vacant position. And like we said, we budget those at the minimum. And then people come in and get hired. and they get hired at the midpoint or maybe a little bit above the midpoint. So you can't just take two different years and compare them and have an apples to apples comparison. And as far as my knowledge is concerned, I don't believe anybody that I know of has received over a 40% salary increase in a given year. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, because I think throwing out numbers that aren't an apples to apples comparison gives some individuals maybe some incomplete information.
Thank you. So
We're only working on the information that's given to us. So again, point of order on this process, if we have that information, we can make better calls. But if this is the data I have, this is the data I have.
That was the data we were requested to provide. We were requested to provide fiscal year 25 adopted to fiscal year 26 proposed, and that's the information that we provided.
So you see the question here and how we get to this as a question. And so I think to the extent that we can get an answer to that and provide the clarification, that will clear up a lot of this. So I'll be asking that we do that. Okay.
It is in the narrative that we supplied right along with the data. There is a whole.
It is in the narrative.
It is in the Q&A that we
For
provided.
this particular.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But but still not for the proposed position reductions that were submitted.
I'll have to get back to you on that, because I
I'll
walked
make
in on
sure
half
staff
that question.
that
But in
staff-
terms of 25 versus 26 salaries, that data set came along with the narrative of explanation of
Okay.
why the salaries may differ.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll make sure to go back to that. Ms. Gibson? Yes, because I want to get
Thank you.
these two gentlemen here so that we can.
I just wanted to highlight, I mean, I can't agree more with the sentiment shared by my colleague, Councilwoman Abubakar. This is a critical discussion, and I think that ultimately, again, we received a document that showed very clearly the increase in FTEs at the highest level of the pay. It's clear that that's happened, and this is a common theme in that we've seen. The issue with this is that not only does it contradict with the notion that we are in a time when we need to have austerity, right? I mean, if we make an announcement that says we are in a hiring freeze, and then we proceed to hire folks in communications that do not appear to be positions that are critical, it sends a mixed message, you know? There is one employee that, as we were looking at budget documentation, that it was clear it was a department of one person, and then the personnel amount for that one person went up by like $90,000, right?
Okay.
So the problem is twofold. Not only is it financially concerning, but when you see individuals getting such large raises, this feeds into a culture of favors. The culture of favors is the problem. And so as a body, we have to be looking at ways to bring more transparency and more equity so that we can change the culture of city government. That's what we've been charged to do.
Thank you for that comment, and I will ask for, not in this moment, but clarification, because we're going to be looking. Ms. Joy Hogg, you have some.
Sorry, clarification on that one position. The previous incumbent was a part-timer, so that is the difference. It's a part-timer, plus you have a new director in that role.
Thank you. Mr. Vincent and Mr. Alexander.
Good afternoon, Council. Bobby Vincent, Director of Public Works. I'm actually not here for myself. I've been blessed. I've been with the city of Richmond, many of you know, for 32 years. I make a very good salary, and I've worked daggone hard to get to that point. 7 promotions over 32 years, etc. What I'm concerned about most of all is the compression. And when we've gone through the compression before, where we've had supervisors to make less than their employees, whether they were working overtime or not, we've had situations where we've had managers making less than supervisors. And we've had situations where managers were almost making as much, if not more, than their deputies. What that creates is an atmosphere for jealousy. It creates an atmosphere of non-appreciation. I certainly have worked with all 9 of you on council, inclusive of the new members, and I appreciate every single last one of you and what you do. I know what you all are up against, but this is not the way for us to attempt to balance our budget to get more things done. The best way for us to do that is to treat our current employees as a team. And we're not a team if we're divided. The division won't happen in public works, but I can't speak for other departments. There's 30 departments. And the Department of Public Works, we're not one department. We've been 6 departments over the past 10 years. 6. When we go to other municipalities, they actually laugh at us with regards to what we're responsible for. I've gone to departments where they're just responsible for solid waste, and it's a director making very close to what I make. Just transportation, a department of 15, making close to what I make. A department of just engineering, a department of just roadway maintenance, a department of just general services. So when you look at what it is that we do in our city of Richmond, we have fewer departments, we have fewer directors, and we're getting the more work done. And we have more to overcome than our sister agencies. So I just want you all to take all of that into account. I appreciate your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent. I think certainly looking at responsibility is something, I'm not sure that has been a part of the review, but certainly want to get back in terms of those salaries. Mr. Alexander?
Yes, good afternoon.
And then we're going to
Mr.
close
Council.
it.
Tyrone Alexander, Director of Human Resources. I too want to express concerns relative to us making any changes to the proposed 3.25% increase that we're proposing for all of our staff. One of the challenges that's happening is the hiring of solid municipal employees that are able to function at the higher levels. As what Director Vincent has just said, the work that we do, it's hard and it's challenging work no more than anyone else. However, how we're set up in the city here, as the Director Vincent just said, we normally have one person that's making salaries close to what we're making right now, doing one part of a larger operation that we're covering right now. The other thing we have to go back and look at, as Director Vincent mentioned, is the standpoint of the compression. Once again, as we do have the data which shows sometimes we do have situations in which our employees are making more than the supervisors. It just causes some alienation and concerns as it relates to that. Thirdly, it becomes the issue of recruitment. As I mentioned a few moments ago, we are in a battle for talent in municipal government. And I just came from a conference a few weeks ago in which people are trying to, you have this here, we want you here, we want you there, because it's a dollars and cents thing. I'm not saying that that's something we need to look at, but I do want to be very concerned about the impact of the retention that we may have relative to employees if we're not moving forward, being consistent in the applicability of raises for all of our staff.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Chief? And this will be the last comment, and we'll close out and take a break and come back.
Yes, I'm Rick Edwards, Chief of Police. So I would echo what Director Bobby Vincent said about making one team. Right now, through the collective bargaining, I have the officers, sergeants, and lieutenants who are all standing to get a significant raise in a collective bargaining unit. And then I have captains, majors, and deputy chiefs who are not supported by that. So not giving this basic raise will have, particularly with 4 captains, there are lieutenants that will make more than them. The other thing about leadership is, as soon as you make captain in the Richmond Police Department, you can work 100 hours a week and you're not getting 1 second of overtime. And I can tell you that everyone on my staff, nobody works 40 hours a week. We're 24/7, 365. And that's what I expect from my team. So it's going to be harder and harder for me to expect that of them if they see subordinates making more than them. So that's just what I would like to say to council.
Thank you for sharing that, Chief. Councilmember.
Does this fall under the firefighters too? As far as
I'm getting a nod from down there that.
Sabrina, help me.
Sorry, Chief. Yes, firefighters will be impacted too. You have a whole cadre of battalion chiefs that fall into this category and everyone above them.
Okay.
And so now you'll have the lower echelon probably making more than some of the battalion chiefs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Members, we are going to adjourn this work session and reconvene at 6. We will have opportunity after that for continued discussion. I'm going to make sure with the administration, the questions that we've gotten on the table in terms of when we can get that response back, but especially in terms of the positions that have been recommended. With that, we stand adjourned.